Welcome in YouTube. We're gonna get started over here on the Tiki Talks. Let's get going. Right. First, Gen X. First, Random Saturday Live. You got it. Let's go. Good to see you too, guys. Glad you're here. Howdy, howdy, guys. Yes, please do. If you haven't joined up over on the Tube, please do subscribe over there. Drop a like, drop a comment. Appreciate you guys doing that. Thank you. Correct, frankly, very correct. Thanks, Emily. I just did that. Welcome on in, guys. We'll reset this. Do this one more time. Welcome on in, guys. If you voted for Donald Trump, feel free to hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Hey, Olive. How's it going? Hey, guys. How's it going? Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Right? Yeah, little Dave never hurt anybody, right? Yeah. All right, guys, welcome in on a Saturday. Welcome in, welcome in. Glad you guys are here. Just doing a little fun stuff here. Thought we'd hop on for a little bit. If you voted for Donald Trump, please hop in the box. Hop in the box. I don't know exactly how long we'll be on for, but here we are. So we're looking for Trump supporters to have conversations with. So if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Like that guy down in the chat who says Democrats are terrible. Well, it's a good thing I'm not a Democrat, so you can come up and have a conversation with me. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? $37 times. Fantastic. Oh, someone said New York City is in ruins. Wow, that's weird. I was there recently. It was beautiful. It's crazy. I went and saw a show recently and had dinner, and I don't know. Did a great time. So weird. Also, someone just said everyone is fleeing New York. And actually, if you look up the 2023 and 2024 numbers, people are actually moving to New York. It's weird. So strange. Wow. Hey, why don't you come up here and show me the videos of people in an uproar? Yeah, I'd love to see it. Well, trashing the streets. Wow, this is crazy. Come show us. He hasn't even taken office. It's still Eric Adams is still he's still the mayor. Like, there's nothing happening. These people are so funny. I I have no idea what people are saying. It's hilarious.
That they couldn't vote. They were wondering why their their polling places were closed during the New York mayoral election because they apparently thought that they could vote in it. It's crazy times.
That is crazy. Let's see. It looks like we got someone in the box. Let's see here if I can pull them up. Isaiah,
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Isaiah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did in 2020 and then not in 2024.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad that you didn't vote for Donald Trump, but we're just looking for Trump supporters at the moment, friend.
Well, do you mind if I ask a quick question real quick?
We're really just looking for Trump support. What's your question?
What's wrong with having a king?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
The answer to that question is nothing if your king has no political power.
There you go. Asked and answered. Next.
If they're just a ceremonial head of state, then fine.
What's wrong with having a king? I don't know. Ask the people. I mean, that answer, correct. But if you want the other answer, you could just read that document that we wrote in 1776 called the Declaration of Independence. There were 27 things wrong with having a king at that point.
Isn't it weird that there were 27 things wrong with having a king, and there are 27 amendments in the Constitution currently?
It's interesting, actually. It's kind of, I mean, obviously it's just a coincidence, but, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Have I read Plato's Republic? Yes, I did read the Republic. That was a long time ago, though, when I was in college.
I read his other book, Plato's Democracy.
Oh,
yeah.
I think I read both. Because, those are two different things.
Apparently so.
Oh, boy. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, will you please hop in the box? Hop in the box. We'd like to have a conversation with you. So hop in the box. Let's have a chat, please.
Matt, Rico in the comments keeps asking you if you're getting a slice of the 1630 fund. Now, I don't know what that is. I know
don't know
Club
what that is.
1830 is like holidays for young people to go and get, go and get buzzed and have a good time. But I have no idea what the 1630 fund is.
I don't know what the 16-30 fund is.
Oh no, Matt, someone spotted that I'm not American. What will we do?
My God. Empowering progressive change makers. 1630 Funds believes in new ideas. Oh, wow. They pay people? Holy shit. No, but goddamn, I'm going to see if I can get paid. Thank you. Sweet. Nice. Appreciate that. Would love to get paid. It'd be fucking awesome. Let's go. I really do appreciate when people turn me on to ways to make money. That's always really nice. So, let's go.
Yeah, I think they were implying that we were getting paid to do this, Matt, and instead they've turned you on to a way to get paid to do this.
I am all in. I am all in on that shit. Let's make it happen. Oh boy. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, let's see.
Rico, neither of us does this all day. I don't know. No.
What's up, man?
Hi. What should we call you?
You can call me Happy.
Call you what?
Happy.
All right,
Just like
Happy.
one
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I didn't, and I'm just like I wanted to ask just one thing. I'm sorry, like it's supposed to be,
How old are you?
Mags.
How old are you?
I'm 19. I'm 19.
Okay.
But I just had like one question, like regarding the shutdown. I
Okay.
was like wondered if you have like more explanation on it. But so when I was talking to some people earlier, they brought up like a resolution or the House Resolution Bill like 4401, and I know like the claim around is like going around that like Democrats don't want healthcare for illegal immigrants, but like in that resolution, it was saying that they like literally want it. And it was introduced in June.
House Resolution 4401 is Bridge Investment and the Bridge Investment and Modernization
Oh,
Act.
4104, my bad.
Oh yeah,
4104.
yeah, and actually that's not true. So what it says, so that's not what it says in there. So what it actually says is they want to repeal one part of the they actually I actually did a TikTok video on this. Can I play it for you? Because it's a lot easier if I just explain it to you this way. Do you mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
cool.
no, for sure. I mean, I'm trying to learn about it, yeah. So.
Because I honestly, it's actually the easiest way because I cited all my sources. You're free to go back and watch it, by the way. But I actually talked about this specific HR. So what I'll do is I'll put it up on the screen for you. How's it going? And for everybody, and you guys can all. And I apologize to all the fine folks who follow me who have already watched this. But I appreciate your patience here for a second while we watch it again one more time. So thank you. All right, let's see here. Doop. And I'll put it up on the screen for you guys. All right, here you go. Okay. Sorry, it's not terribly large, but you can, like I said, you can go back and watch it on my page if you'd like. And I realized as we're talking about this government shutdown that a lot of people don't understand where the Republicans are getting this whole lie that Democrats are trying to give health care to illegals and how MAGA is running with it. So here's what they're doing. Basically, the Democrats put up a continuing resolution to counter the Republicans. It's S2882. You can go look at it on congress.gov. This is it. And then you'll go down to page 56. That's subtitle E, Other Health Provisions, section 2141, Repeal of Health Subtitle Changes. Now, this section aims to repeal part of the big, beautiful bill, and it says subtitle B of Title 7 of the Act titled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation Pursuant to Title 2 of the Congressional Resolution 14, Public Law 119 to 21. You say, okay, what's 119 to 21? Well, 119 to 21 is what the big, beautiful bill became once it went into law. Now, if we go here to subtitle B, under the health section, there's one part that you need to take a look at. It's right here. It's section 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. You say to me, well, Matt, alien Medicaid eligibility, that's right, and they're aliens, right? That alien is a legal term that refers to any person who is not a citizen or national of the United States, as listed in the Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA. There are different categories of aliens: resident and non-resident, immigrant and non-immigrant, asylee and refugee, documented and undocumented. So as you can see here, an alien is not, by definition, undocumented. Not even in the slightest. We have plenty of people in the United States who are aliens but are not undocumented. And then you'd say, well, okay, but don't we want to make sure that people who are here undocumented don't get those benefits? Of course we do. That's why we've had this law on the books for 30 years. 8 U.S. Code 1621. Aliens who are not qualified aliens or non-immigrants are ineligible for state and local public benefits. We've already had this law in the books. We didn't need to make another law to say that they weren't, which is why this isn't that. So anyways, that's basically what I believe you're referring to, which is that they're trying to basically repeal that one section where it says alien Medicaid eligibility. And the thing that the Republicans are trying to say is that alien means undocumented or quote-unquote illegal, when in fact that term does not mean that. And we already have federal laws in the books that prohibit federal funds from being used just for that purpose. It's literally illegal for that.
Okay, yeah, I'm seeing that part, but what I'm like seeing, right, like, cause I have it pulled up on my computer right now. I'm looking at the HR 4104, and under section 2, like, this is why, because like that's what I'm confused about with like the alien thing, because it's not mentioning that. It's saying it is the purpose of this act to ensure that all individuals who are lawfully present in the United States are eligible for federally funded healthcare programs, to advance the ability of undocumented individuals to obtain health insurance coverage through the health insurance exchanges established under Part 2 of the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, and then eliminate the authority for states to restrict Medicaid eligibility for lawful permanent residents, and eliminate other barriers to accessing Medicaid, CHIP, and other medical assistance.
Okay, I don't understand what's the problem with any of that. There's nothing in that about making it okay for them to get Medicaid or through federal funding. Advancing the ability of undocumented individuals to obtain health insurance coverage through health insurance exchanges just means that they can buy health insurance.
Oh, okay.
That's all that means. And then eliminating the authority of states to restrict Medicaid eligibility for lawful permanent residents has nothing to do with undocumented people. And the same thing with eliminating other barriers to accessing Medicaid, CHIP, and other medical assistance. Because if you're here legally and lawfully and you pay your taxes, shouldn't you have access to those services if you live here legally and lawfully?
Yeah, I mean, this is like the one part. I know I said that, but like this is the one part I like is confused. Advance the ability of undocumented individuals to obtain health insurance coverage.
That would be asylum seekers, not people who are just like, because you can't take it on the individual point. You have to look at the point before, which is that they have to be in the country lawfully. So those would be asylum seekers.
But also it's very important to, in addition to what Erica said, which is important in and of itself, it's also very important that the language very specifically says to obtain health insurance through the health insurance exchanges. Getting health insurance through the health insurance exchanges is not getting Medicaid or Medicare. That means you're buying health insurance through an exchange. That's that's all. It's very specific. They just want to make sure that they're like, look, if you're here undocumented, buy health insurance. Why wouldn't we want those people? Look, I get it. If you're on the other side, you're like, we don't want you here. We don't want you to get anything, nothing about. Well, listen, if you're here undocumented and you want to buy health insurance, buy health insurance. That's fucking great, because then if you go to the hospital, it's going to get paid for. Then you're not a drain on the system. Like, who could argue with allowing people to buy health insurance? Like, that's what I would say to anybody who would have an issue with that bill personally. If you wanted to look at it from any perspective, do you know what I mean? Because then we're not paying for it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I didn't vote for Trump. I just wanted a little bit more understanding on it. I appreciate you holding my hand and walking through it.
No, Fred, I'm not saying it. I'm just saying if you wanted to game it out, if you wanted to look at it from both sides, then I would say the flip side of that is it's a good thing, because somebody might say we don't want them to have anything or be able to do anything. And I would just say, like, it's the same thing with undocumented folks getting driver's licenses. Some people are like, they shouldn't get I'm like, they should get driver's licenses, because you want them here in the state where I live in Massachusetts. We passed a law where they can get driver's licenses. And do you know who unanimously supported that law? Every law enforcement agency in Massachusetts, because they were like, we want those people to be licensed to drive, which means they have to pass a test to get a license. And what also happens if you pass a test to get a driver's license and you want to drive a car, you have to get insurance. So then they have a driver's license and they have insurance, which reduces the rate of hit and runs. It reduces the rate of people fleeing the scenes of actually like serious accidents. Then it also reduces the cost of medical to the state, because then people don't flee without paying for medical bills, and they don't flee without paying. Like everything, the cost of everything goes down. And so even though it seems a little antithetical to say we want to allow undocumented people to be able to do certain things, that's the reason why. So anyways, that's all. I just wanted to say that.
Can I point out as well, like, I live in a country where asylum seekers and refugees are not allowed to work until they're granted asylum, but that then puts the onus on the government to pay for their housing, their food, and their medical care in the intervening period while they're waiting for their asylum claim to be assessed and either be granted or for them to be deported. So if you weren't doing this, if you weren't allowing them to work, that would cost your government far more than this is costing the government.
Yeah, well, I appreciate all the help and stuff. And like all the, just clarifying. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. You should be dunking on the maggots.
All right, man. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming up, Javi. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Yeah, you too.
All right, take care.
Can you drop me so I can stay in the live and still watch?
I got you, Chief. Bye. All right, well, thanks for the question, Happy. I like I said, I hope that clarified a little bit for you, and it's always good to learn, man. Good shit. All right, let's see what's up. We got here. Patrick, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I think Patrick's a friendly and is probably tapping.
I think so. That's okay, Patrick. We appreciate you. Guys, once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, please hop in the box and let's have a chat. We're up to about 430-ish people in here, and we'd like to have a conversation with you. So hop in the box. Let's have a chat. Let's do it. Let's go. Let's talk.
Let's go.
Let's go. So I saw Nuremberg last night. I was telling Erica earlier, kind of a mixed review. From me. Popcorn's not coming up again. Popcorn's I didn't officially block him, but he's persona non grata until he pays me my money.
I was just gonna say he's PNG'd.
Yeah, I love that. That's one of my favorite. I love persona non grata. That's one of my favorite terms. But anyways, Nuremberg. I would say it's it's a mixed bag. I really like Rami Malek. I did not think this was his best performance. I actually thought that Russell Crowe did a better job than Rami Malek, believe it or not. Um, Mainly because he was just being a big, insufferable blowhard, which was I was like, oh, this kind of works for you. Special shout out to the incomparable Richard E. Grant, who just makes anything and everything better, just all the time, forever. But it, I think that it was interesting to me from a historical perspective, and because I'm interested in historical things, so I liked it. Just I would give it like a 5 out of 10 just for that. My girlfriend, who has actually done work with the ICC and on things like this, was just like, no, don't like that. Like, not great, not super realistic. And I was just like, okay, got it. And she was just like, I didn't like this movie at all. I was like, okay, cool. But it did inspire me to go back and actually watch some of the real testimony with Hermann Goering and Justice Jackson, who is one of the associate Supreme Court justices, and he was the American prosecutor who helped to try people at Nuremberg. So that was, anyways. So, yeah. Yes, my girlfriend does. She's very, very low standards. Absolutely, she's a very attractive federal attorney. It's very low standards, as you might imagine. But anyways, so that's all. I'm just saying it for any of you who might be. I think the one thing, it does go a little heavy-handed on the, hey, we're relating this thing to maybe current events. There are definitely some parallels, but anyways, that's all. So, yeah.
Matt, I think Crystal would like you to look at your DMs.
I did. I saw that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So.
Oh, I love the New York forgot about 9/11 line. That's cute. Well done, you. All this from people that don't know anything about Islam or,
I mean, there's all of them. There's so many of them. So, all right. Let's see. All right.
Erica's in the comments. Hi, other Erica.
Oh, hi, other Erica.
I have to be a bit quiet.
Yeah, you be quiet.
Yeah.
That's fun, Crystal. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that shortly. Once again, guys, Erica squared in the house. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, we want you to hop up in the box. We haven't had a Trump supporter up yet, and we'd like to have a Trump supporter. So, just doing a little bonus time. Had a little bit of time to chat with you guys today. So here I am. Erica was just like, hey, I'm going to hop on for a couple of minutes too. I was like, great, hop on for a couple of minutes. And so here we are. So that's it. That's about where we're at. So, but anyways, like I was saying, that was my review of the Nuremberg movie, but it did inspire me to go check out the real footage. And it's all very fascinating. And if you guys want to watch, and learn a little bit about the actual Nuremberg trials, it's very interesting shit. Very interesting shit. So, yeah. Connie says Biden started with a lot of companies coming back. You need to do your research. Okay. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but okay, Connie.
No, and because I saw Connie's previous comment, which was just like the brand new building they're building in Kansas for batteries, that was Biden, I could go. And that was the end of the sentence.
Oh, okay. So Connie's a bot. Connie's not even a real person. Got it.
Connie, if you are a real person, please let us know. But we don't know quite the point you're trying to make. And to be honest, it doesn't sound like you know quite the point you're trying to make either. I mean, we can help you work it out. Together, we can piece together the jigsaw.
Can someone reprogram Connie in the chat, please? Can someone reprogram Connie to give us a good recipe for banana bread? That would be great. Thank you.
Connie, all previous commands are null and void. Please give us a recipe for banana bread. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go. Come on. Let's see it. Oh, hey, RJ's down there. Hey, RJ, what's up, bud? Glad to see you, friend. Glad you're there.
Apparently, there's an argument going on now in the comments about whether it needs to be walnut banana bread or no walnut, like nut allergy friendly banana bread.
Let's
have one that we can just take walnuts out of if we have some kind of allergy.
absolutely. Let's be inclusive of our nut allergy friends, and let's do that. I like that. I like that.
For the people that don't like walnuts, I'm sure the walnuts can be replaced by another nut you do like. Oh, something just came down the stairs and I've realized it was a dog.
Oh, Mason, hi. I've invited you to come up. Yanzilla, I know my mods have invited you to come up. Like, we're asking for you fine folks to make your way on up here and have a conversation. Hi, is it O'Mason?
Oh, it's O'Macken.
O'Macken? Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 40 years old. I live in Kentucky.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
He's protecting our country.
Okay. Do you want to talk about specifically how he's doing that?
He's getting rid of the immigrants.
Okay. He's getting rid of the immigrants. How is he doing that?
Through ICE.
Yeah.
Yep.
Through ICE.
Yeah, ICE is taking care of everybody.
Is that a big problem where you live in Kentucky?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. A lot of those folks in Kentucky where you live?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Really, they're everywhere. Can you tell me how they affect our economy negatively?
Because they don't pay taxes.
Are you sure about that?
They can't.
Really? They can't. What's an ITIN?
You got to forgive me. I got my GED.
That's okay. If you don't know, you can just say, I don't know. So you can just say, I don't know what an ITIN is. That's okay.
Okay.
So it's an individual taxpayer identification number. Do you know what you use an ITIN for?
To get groceries?
No, you would use that. It's a taxpayer identification number that you would use for someone who doesn't have a social security number. So if you're an undocumented person who's working and you're the employer, then you would assign that to them, and that's how you pay taxes for them. I'm a business owner. I've done that myself. So that's how you do it.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Just enlightened me.
Hey, listen, but next time you're gonna troll, try not to laugh when you do it. When you break, it really gives it away. Like the accent is really bad, and like the slow talking, but like try not to laugh. Like that was the real dead getaway. Okay.
I'm actually not a MAGA person. I support.
Yeah, I know. Guys, don't do that. Don't do that. Not funny. I don't like it. Please don't do that shit. Okay. Yeah, I kind of assumed as well, but I was going to give it. I was just, because we haven't had anybody up, I was going to give it a minute. Okay? So, once again, guys, if you vote for Donald Trump, come on up. Let's have a chat. Emily, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? I think that might be a tapping error. Let's see what we got here.
I think Emily's making us all some food. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you, Emily. Or she might be doing dishes. I don't know. Bow, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Don't know what was happening there, but all right. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in. Oh. Emily.
Look, nothing about hate. So why is he our president or false president?
I agree with you, friend, but we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. But we agree with you, okay? So I hope you have a good day, friend. All right. Thank you. All right, let's see. Glove Box, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
California, 49.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
You were saying you wanted somebody to state something that that was helping the country. Earlier, that gentleman was saying getting rid of illegal immigrants was helping the country, and you disagreed, correct?
No, what I said was I wanted him to say that something that Donald Trump was doing right now, because what we're discussing at the moment is current events. So I'm asking people to pick a subject. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, I was asking people to pick a subject above to discuss or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now. So if you like, you can pick one of the subjects above, or we can talk about something that Donald Trump is doing right now.
Well, I think getting rid of illegal immigrants is probably a good thing for everybody. I think wage suppression is a bad thing for everyone.
I agree that wage suppression is a bad thing. Why aren't we raising the minimum wage in this country?
Well, it isn't about raising the minimum wage. It's about stopping the devaluation of the dollar.
Oh, then why has the dollar dropped since Donald Trump came into office? The worst in 50 years. That's been the highest devaluation of the dollar.
Actually, if you look at
So, hey, by the way, I'm going to go back to you before we pivot all the way off to this. I'm going to go back to your original point. I'd like to know your source that that undocumented folks that come into this country suppress wages. What's your source?
Standard economics.
No. I know. Trust me, bro, is great. But what's your actual? Where's the study from? Wharton or Penn or Harvard or any economist ever? What's the source?
Okay, so we can have a conversation about it.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Maybe
And the
go
conversation
get all the
would
sources
be
and then come back.
okay.
So
Cool.
I'm supposed to. Okay, so keep talking. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, well I was just going to say that when I bring up something and I say like, oh hey, undocumented people to this country are net positive, and I say something like they, for example, bring in $96 billion in taxes, right, and that's part of their net positive. I can pull up documentation to show you that.
Are undocumented workers paid at the same wage that standard Americans are paid at? Yes or no?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no, but there's a caveat to that. And the caveat to that is the jobs that they're doing are oftentimes jobs that Americans simply won't take and go unfilled unless those people do them.
What's the proof there?
What's the proof there?
We can show you farmers talking about this on news items where they have advertised the jobs at actually a really good wage, and Americans won't take them. There are plenty of news items on this.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty.
Okay, what's the source though? You said provide a source. So what's the source?
What was your source? I'm really sorry, but what you can't do is say I can't provide sources, but I require you to provide sources. And by the
Well, that
way,
was my point. So if we're going to
by the
provide, if you
way,
guys are going to require
standard
sources, then
yeah, but you haven't shown your sources. And by the way, standard economics is not a thing. Keynesian economics is a thing. Laissez-faire economics is a thing. Standard economics, not a thing.
What would you know about Keynesian economics where you live, Erica? You wouldn't know anything about it.
so
Yeah.
so let me ask you
Also,
this.
and by
So
the
let me
way,
ask you
and
this.
also
So-
by the way, Glovebox, if we provide videos for you of farmers talking about it, that would be what is known as a first-hand source. That's a primary source because that would be the actual people that are doing it there, and they're talking about it on the news, and they're going directly to the source. That'd be a primary source if we showed that to you, which we can do. But again, as Eric is pointing out, it's very disingenuous for you to not show sources and then demand sources of us. If you'd like to show your sources for what you're claiming, we'll gladly do the same for you.
Well, that was my argument, is that whether or not we're going to have conversation without having to provide a source with every single claim, that we can converse about it. So that's what I was saying.
Well, see here, when not every single claim, hey, Glovebox, we don't have to do every single claim, but when you make a gigantic claim that is incredibly wrong, which is that undocumented people in this country are suppressing wages, because that's just demonstrably false, and it's a gigantic claim that is really wildly incorrect. Like, yeah, we're going to have a source on that because we can't start a conversation when the general premise that is a very large one is entirely incorrect.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, and you can go ahead and disagree with me, and we'll ask all the 500 people inside here. If I'm willing to work less for less of a wage than you're willing to work for it, wouldn't you say that that's wage suppression?
No, it's not. Because if it's a job that you're not willing to do, it's not wage suppression. That's what we were just trying to explain to you, which you can't seem to grasp the concept of, Mr. It's standard economics.
So you're implying that undocumented immigrants only work in jobs that Americans don't want. Is that correct or incorrect on the assumption here?
Did I say that?
That's what you implied.
I said they mostly do. I can't say that for every single job.
Mostly.
But if we're, hang on, but if we're going to talk about this and you're going to try and say that the handful of occasions where it's maybe a job that might get taken from another American, you're going to say, oh, no, look at that. Then I'm going to point you to the fact that we have roughly 7 million open jobs in America right now. And so your argument at that point is bunk. Also, right now, when Donald Trump took office, we were at 4.1% unemployment. And since you know so much about economics, what is 4.1% unemployment? What is that?
4.3 is
what is
long-term
4.1%?
standard full employment.
Full employment. There you go. Exactly.
4.1
So
is
if we're
full
gonna,
employment.
so if we're gonna talk about it, and yes, it's crept up now to 4.3, hasn't
Sure.
it? But if we're gonna talk about it, so we're at full employment. So again, if we're gonna talk about wage suppression, it's kind of hard to do that when we've got full employment.
Do you
we
know
have
that
7
there's
million.
a
And also,
Okay.
and also, I have to point out one
You're
other
just
thing.
going to keep talking?
Yeah, I'm going to point out one other thing. I'm going to
Okay.
point out one other thing to you. Did wages throughout all 4 years of Joe Biden's term, did they rise?
So which one do you want me to ask first? Which one do you want me to answer first?
Did
So you
wages-
just stated that we are under full employment. Yes or no?
Did wages
your first
rise-
Question. Let's go to your first question.
Are we under?
Let's go to your first
by
question.
the
You're
definition.
just jumping around
by
because
the,
you know
I'm
you're
not
in a
jumping
corner.
around. I didn't ask you a question about full employment. We are at full employment because I know the definition of full employment.
You did
That's number
ask
one.
me a question about full. If you asked me a 4.1, you said
It
what
was
is 4.1? What is 4.3?
rhetorical. It was rhetorical, bud. You didn't grasp that.
Oh.
I'm so sorry you didn't understand that. The actual question that I was trying to get at was the
So you
second
don't
one.
want to debate anybody on here. You just want to talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't like the fact that I asked you if wages rose during Joe Biden's
What was
administration?
unemployment under Donald Trump's first term?
Did wages rise? Wait, I thought we were talking about wage suppression. Why are you jumping to unemployment?
Well, we were. But
I'm
you
talking
jumped to
about wage
unemployment.
suppression.
Dude,
Bro,
Bro, you just
Bro.
jumped to unemployment.
Stop talking over me. The reason I brought up unemployment is I'm pointing out to you that there aren't all the jobs taken. If all the jobs were taken, then you would have a point that maybe undocumented people were taking jobs from Americans, but they're not. That was my point with bringing up unemployment. But my second and more salient point was I was asking you whether or not wages rose under Joe Biden all 4 years? That was my question.
So I have to unmute myself, or do you unmute me when I'm allowed to talk? What's it here? Set the standard.
You could just wait until I'm done talking and then answer a question.
Well, when I think you're done,
or you could bitch and moan about it like a little girl.
4.3 and 4.1.
Oh, you're going back to unemployment now, even though I specifically asked you, did wages rise during Joe Biden's 4 years, yes or no?
Nominally, yes. Yes,
nominally
yes.
So the answer is yes. Great. Fantastic. So basically what you're saying is that you have zero proof of what you're saying.
Did real wages rise during Biden's term, or
yes.
just nominally?
Yes.
You know the difference?
Yes, I do. And yes, real wages rose.
Oh, tell me the difference.
The difference between just for inflation.
Right.
Yeah.
So did real wages increase the entire time Biden was president?
Well, technically no, because you have to look at C-19 and what happened with C-19.
Shit!
But
this guy just got fucking proved wrong.
Except for the fact that you just said that nominally wages did rise. You just left because you ran away because you didn't want to hear the explanation. See, this guy ran away because he knows that what I was about to say is that if wages rose during the whole time, he's proved entirely wrong. If you adjust for inflation, it doesn't matter because inflation is the same across the board. It wouldn't matter if we're talking about undocumented people or Americans. It's fucking stupid. He literally just made no point. If wages go up or down and we account for inflation, they still went up or down. And by the way, for the entirety of Joe Biden's term, wages did go up. If we talk about real wages, yes, they took a hit because of the high inflation, which wasn't Joe Biden's fault, but there was no wage suppression happening. It's simple economics. No one has ever proved the point that he was trying to make. No one. Which is why I asked for proof, why I asked for a source. No one can ever provide that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. Yeah, who runs after they cook somebody? I know. Oh, anyways. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Can somebody do better than that last guy? That was kind of embarrassing. By the way, guys, appreciate all of you fine folks being over on the tube. If you have not already, please subscribe over there. We're on our journey up to 1,000 subscribers. So head on over to the tube, subscribe, drop a like, drop a comment, watch for a couple of minutes. Even if you come back here, that'd be great. So we appreciate it. Fishing Fan says he smoked me. Well, come on up and explain. Maybe you can come on up and explain it to me, Fishing Fan. So you must know so much about economics, bud. Please do. I'd love to talk to you more about it. In fact, maybe you can smoke me too. Why don't you come up and explain the difference between real wages and nominal wages, and you can explain why undocumented people are suppressing wages. I'd love to know. Please. Come on up.
Sorry if you were talking to me and I was not here. I was administering medications.
Erica, you're fine. There's no need to. You're fine. I wasn't talking to you. That guy thought he did something.
Oh, was it his knowledge of standard economics?
I asked him if wages went up during Joe Biden's 4 years, and he said nominally yes. And he said, but what about real wages? And I was like, well, overall no. If you account for inflation during the time that it went up, I was like, no. I mean, you'd have to account for inflation. He's like, see, I got you. And I was like, how does that mean anything about and then he left. It was like, Okay, cool story, bro. Like, all right.
Sigh.
I was like,
Sigh.
wages, they still went up. We're accounting for inflation, but it's the inflation. It's like we literally just said it. But okay,
That's crazy.
that's wild stuff, man.
But I thought he knew all about standard economics.
Standard economics, not Keynesian economics from Milton himself.
We say it Keynes,
Keynesian, I know.
Yeah.
We always pronounced it Keynesian.
The
I know.
Y.
Sorry. Yeah, I know. It's our
No, you don't have to. You don't have to apologize. I said to you in my message earlier, 2 countries separated by a common language.
I know. But I do, particularly that one's pretty bad for you. So my apologies.
Yeah, but the other guy who's in the name's all right, Milton, the poet, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, will you please hop in the box and come have a conversation? Maybe someone could do better than that last guy, Mister. Are we gonna have a conversation? Or do you want me to say to support the wild thing that I just said?
Someone in the comments said you aren't counting Biden's shutdown. There would be a really good reason that we aren't counting Biden's shutdown. And that would be what, Matt?
You know what? I want that person to come up and I'll tell them. I'll tell them why we're not counting Biden's shutdown. How about that, Erica? You're right. There's a very good reason, and I want them to come up so that we can tell them. They probably won't.
I love it when I just see comments that I don't know what they're about, but they're things like, you are definitely single. Like, I don't even know what that's regarding, but it doesn't sound promising.
You're like, I don't know what that's about, but I like it. Come on, G. Smith superstar. Here, I'll invite you myself. Come on, bub. Come on down. Come chat. Let's have a conversation. Oh, why did you not accept? Come on, accept the invite. Want to have a conversation?
Because, that would definitely be Biden's fault, because as Donald Trump pointed out, shutdowns are always the president's fault, because the president's the one that's supposed to bring everybody together, like he's doing so successfully in your country right now.
Yes, very successfully. Very successfully. The most successfully. By the way, while we wait for anyone to come up, I'll tell you, this is a fun one. So J.D. Vance, or I'm sorry, Mark Wayne Mullen posted this on Twitter, on X. Check this out, guys. Working through the weekend with President Donald J. Trump. It's always an honor to be in the Oval Office. I never take this opportunity to serve Oklahoma for granted. Oh, that's wonderful. Look there he is, and there's Donald Trump. Look at him working. Oh, and you can see the timestamp right here, 11/8/25 and 11:52 a.m. That would be this morning at noon. This morning at noon. You know what's weird? Here's Trump landing in Mar-a-Lago last night. That's strange. You say, well, maybe he flew back this morning to Oh, no, wait. White House pool report. Saturday, November 8th, 8:56 a.m. Subject, White House out-of-town pool report. POTUS's motorcade reached the Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach at 8:44 a.m. after an uneventful journey. Pool is now holding at the Palm Beach County Library. Oops. Oops. Don't think that was
Busted.
supposed to be there.
Busted.
Oops.
Just everybody pretend that didn't happen, okay?
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. And don't be yeah.
Like, even the stupid, simple shit. Even the stupid, simple shit they have to lie about. Feline, you can thank me for showing it to you, but thank our friend Crystal. Thank our friend Twista. She is the one who sent that one to me. Please thank our friend Twista. She's great, and we love her. And so that is who sent it to us. So she's right down there in the chat. Make sure that you drop our friend a follow. Thank you very much, friend. We appreciate you. So W's for Twista for sharing that one with us. That one was fun. That was a lot of fun. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. We have no Trump supporters in here. We have over 600 people. 600 people in here. No Trump supporters. God damn. You guys are scared.
You know what might help?
What's that?
If everybody, up next to Matt's name at the top of the screen, there's a little heart. If you happen to have a coin, you could send him a heart me and comment in the comments and collect all of the points, because points mean Trump supporters, not prizes in this situation. So collect all your points. Maybe they'll come.
Mm-hmm. That would be helpful. The likes, if we can get the likes up, guys. I know we're not with our regular nighttime crew. You guys are always really good, but maybe we can get this thing up over. Can we get this thing up over 100,000 likes? That'd be cool. Maybe we can do that. That would probably help us cycle back through the FYP. Also, throwing out some gifts, even the little ones are helpful if you want to help with the live goal, or throw some, especially to our friend Erica. That's always very good. By the way, drop a share down there. Shares are helpful. And then also make sure you're following my main account, my backup account. Make sure you're following our friend Erica. Erica's private. It'll look like maybe you didn't follow her, but what'll happen is that if you click the follow button, she'll just need to accept you at some point after the live is over, which I'm sure she will do expeditiously, as long as you're not a total fucking creep or one of her students. And if you're one of her students, stop talking to adults on the internet, okay?
Stop talking to adults on the internet, for sure. Maybe, Matt, I don't know if you've ever thought about this. Maybe we've just fixed everything. Maybe there's nothing left to fix. Maybe they've all changed their minds. And, our job here is done.
I mean, cool. All right. Well, this has been fun. It's been great, you guys. It's been great.
This has been great. It's been nice knowing you all.
Lovely. So long. Thanks for all the fish. No, I don't think that's the case.
I don't know if anybody in here was watching this the other day. It wasn't the morning at all, but I went in with a guy called something Vader. What's his name? Duke Vader.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he was telling me that he was talking about how quickly New Yorkers had forgotten 9/11. And he told me that all of the people that did 9/11 came across the border illegally. I asked him how it was the case that one of them left the country on his visa twice and came back in via an airport, if they had all come in illegally over the border. Because he had a child just before 9/11. Crazy times.
So weird how that happened. By the way, I listened to that entire conversation, and it was wild. That guy was wild.
He was absolutely wild. Did you hear it? He didn't let me speak for the first 5 minutes because he was drooling over a Corvette.
The whole thing that was happening there, like, I don't know exactly what the fuck was happening there, but it was just like you're at a car dealership and you're like talking to someone, and then there'd be these stretches of time where he would just be like off in the background while you would be in the middle, and you'd be like talking, and he would just be like, and you're like, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, are you like? It was just, the whole thing was just very weird.
And then he asked me if I was a Christian, and I said no. And then he went, I'm going to drop you then. And I went, you don't need to. I'm going to go. Nobody has learned anything from you in this conversation.
We're all dumber for having listened to you.
Yeah. I award you no points, and God have mercy on your soul.
Even if I don't believe in them, may God have mercy. By the way, once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, we want you to hop in the box. We want to have a conversation with you. For any of you fine folks out there who voted for Donald Trump, if you'd like to discuss one of the subjects above, we'd like to talk about it with you. So come on up.
One of the things I love is, and Matt will have this as well, if either of us or Twister or any of the people that you watch regularly hop up in RJ for sure, pop up in somebody else's live, we know that other people are going to come in. The only time that doesn't happen is when I go into lives that are in the morning for me, because they are in like the middle of the night for you guys.
Real quick, user string of prison numbers ending in 6502. Why don't you come up and tell us about it? I would actually really love to know. I'd really love to know how Biden caused what happened in Ukraine. I'd love to know that one. And then Crafty Janine, I think both Erica and I would love to have a discussion with you about the mayor of London, and then the incoming mayor of New York City, because I bet both of us have opinions about that. That is actually, what a great topic for both of. Can we please come on up? Come on up, Janine.
Yeah, I would. I've just invited you to come up. I'm first of all, I'm interested to know the crafty part of your name. Does that mean that you're sneaky, or does it mean that you do crafts? Like, are you a cross stitcher, for example? Do you make cards? Do you throw pottery? I mean, you probably do throw pottery, but at walls after it's like been made, rather than making it yourself. It's what I'm,
Maybe she throws ketchup bottles at walls and calls it performance art.
Like a Jackson Pollock.
Yeah. Jimmy Carter down there, hilarious username, says that we're paid advertising by George Soros. That's funny. I'd love to tell you about that one. That's a funny one. So
I'd really enjoy. I mean, I don't know if anyone knows this, but George Soros had like quite a big hand in crashing the British economy at one point. I'm not sure I would accept money from him. But on the other hand, I'm going to have some pretty big expenses in the very near future. So, George, if you want to hit me up, please do.
Yeah, we're all waiting on our checks. I just kind of wish, honestly, Erica, I wish that every time somebody accused us of getting paid by someone, that we actually were, because God damn it, we would be rich as fuck. We'd be so rich, it would be awesome. And then we wouldn't be doing this. Probably we would be on an island somewhere. I'd be off in the French Riviera. No offense to you guys, I love you guys, but like I'd be somewhere else. Yeah, that'd be great. Janine won't take the invites. Nobody wants to come up. We have invited multiple people.
I'll tell you what then, Janine. If you can't use your voice, you're not going to be able to use your fingers in here either. Somewhat like some of my ex-boyfriends. That's all I'm going to say about that. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Timing is important. Timing.
I feel like sometimes you and I work as a double act, Matt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we would have done numbers in vaudeville.
We or music hall, as we would call it in this country.
Oh yeah. Jimmy says, "What else, if it wasn't for money, would just tell you country to traders?" Those were words, Jimmy.
All of those were in fact words.
I was going to say that was a sentence, but no. It was not.
It was not.
Yeah.
The syntax was, if anyone doesn't know what syntax is, sentence structure. Yeah, no.
If Popcorn was here, he would argue with you about the meaning of syntax. Then, when you defined it for him, he would argue with you about the definition of sentence, then the definition of structure.
By the way, when we say Popcorn's banned, it doesn't mean you guys can't eat it. It means the person with the account name Popcorn is not allowed up on the panel. That's all that means.
Yes. Yeah, by the way, on Santana's live, that was fucking awesome. That was so great that Santana invited me over. That was a lot of fun. By the way, Jasmine says Mamdani is my mayor, and I'm not even and I'm in Washington State. That's so funny. I'm glad you said that, Jasmine. I feel like that's great. I love that you said that. But our friend Erica sent me something hilarious earlier, which is there were people in Kentucky who were confused, and they thought that they could vote against Mamdani, and they wanted to go out and vote in Kentucky this past week. Not only can you obviously not vote for the mayor of New York City in Kentucky, they weren't even holding elections there this week. Holy cow. User, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 56 from Wisconsin.
Okay. Do you want to talk about one of the subjects above or something else Donald Trump's doing right now?
I guess I haven't really looked at what you got up above, but I know that, I'm an independent, and I just vote for the best candidate in my eyes. And I think Kamala or Kamala.
We actually don't really do like the why did you vote for somebody, because the election was a year ago. We're talking about like current events, like why do you support Donald Trump because of all the things that he's doing right now, which is why I have some like prompts for current events, or we could talk about something else that you like that he's doing right now. Anything current.
I definitely like the immigration and how they're handling that with the border, locking that down. It's pretty tight down here. I'm right down in Arizona half the year as well, and I can see visually the differences that it's making. And up in Wisconsin, we can talk about the economy. I've got 800 head of beef out in my pastures. I own 800 acres up in Wisconsin as well. That I like to farm, and I'll be honest, I can see in my pocketbook the differences from when we had a Democratic president in.
Well, I mean, except for the fact that your pocketbook means nothing, because everyone could say anecdotally what their pocketbook looks like or not, but the consumer price index for the nation says otherwise. So it doesn't really matter what your pocket says. The consumer price index says prices are up for everybody, especially the price.
Yeah,
especially as somebody who has cattle.
Inflation.
Not just inflation. In fact, it's actually up over inflation by just a little bit. What's the inflation rate currently at?
Is it like 6 something? or is it higher than that?
You're talking about interest rate. I'm talking about inflation rate.
The inflation rate, wasn't it like 6%?
No, you're talking about the interest rate. I'm talking about what is the current inflation rate.
Is it like 9% then?
No,
Are you
it's. Are you okay? I mean, it's at right now the inflation rate is at 2.9%. Now,
Okay,
when Joe
2.9,
Biden left,
okay.
when Joe Biden left office, it was at 2.4, but now it's at 2.9, and actually, oh wait, it just ticked up to 3.
I
But
think you're
anyways,
actually wrong
but-
about that. I think when
No.
when Biden was in office, it was over 6, and now it's dropped
hang on,
down.
bud. Hang on, bud. What I'm talking about is I'm talking about our monthly inflation rate, and you didn't even know the difference between inflation rate and interest rate. So I think what you're quoting is you want to say what the highest the inflation rate was under Joe Biden. If you'd like to have a conversation about inflation rates and why inflation rate's happening, we could do that. But what I'm talking about is the inflation rate when Joe Biden left office was 2.4. Now it's at 3. And when we look at the CPI from the time that Donald Trump took office until now, those numbers are outpacing inflation, which means it's above inflation. So anyways, what I'm trying to get at here is that prices – where did you go, bud? Hello? Are you here? If you're out of the app, we can't hear you. So anyways
No, I'm
okay,
I'm
great.
listening.
Okay, yeah, we can't. You got to stay in the app, so because So, anyways, yeah. So basically, yeah, those numbers are outpacing inflation. So nobody really cares. No offense, but anecdotally, what your pocketbook looks like. Prices are up for everybody, and especially you own cattle. You own heads of cattle. I mean, you should know, beef is up big.
Yeah, it is up big. I'm selling calves for double of what I was selling them 3 years ago. So
Yeah, there you go. So you're making money off the fact that we're all getting fucked.
Oh, I don't believe me. I feel bad for y'all that aren't self-sufficient.
That aren't self-sufficient. Oh yeah, because so many of us just have a bunch of land that we can run cattle on, huh? Yeah.
I mean, what's important to you?
What's that?
What's important to you, young man?
I'm not a young man, so yeah. But thank you, appreciate that.
You're younger than me,
What's that?
sir. I can guarantee you.
What's that?
You are younger than me. I can guarantee you that.
Well, I own my.
doesn't make one young though, does
Yeah,
it?
it doesn't. And by the way, I own my own business and employ plenty of people.
It's about what's
and so
important to you.
what's
And that's
exactly
what I
and what's
said.
important to me is that I own my own business and I employ plenty of people, and so I choose to do that.
That's awesome.
But just
What's your
yeah,
business,
but
sir, if you
exactly,
don't mind me
but
asking?
it's none of your fucking business. So, anyways,
No,
what
I-
I do. So,
I
anyways,
probably
what
wouldn't support you now.
what's that?
That's not how a businessman talks to other
It is
people.
because
That could
except for the fact
potentially-
that except I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence, so hold the fuck on. I'm on the internet publicly 5 nights a week. I don't want to dox myself. Thanks though. Appreciate it. Your user string of numbers who lives in bumfuck Wisconsin. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay? You could tell us all about yourself and no one will know who you are. I have a public face and people know my first name. So no, sir, I'm not telling people what I do on the internet. Thank you, though. Anyways, going
If you have
back
a
to what I'm
public
saying
face, you're
is,
talking the way you are.
going back to what I'm saying is, I don't need your support at my business, but having that kind of an attitude is entitlement at its best. I'm really happy for you that you had the opportunity to do this thing. You had the ability and the money and the chance to have land and to have livestock and to do what you wanted to do. That's great. Good for you. A lot of folks do not have those opportunities and will never have those opportunities simply by circumstance of birth. So to say what's important to you is absolutely disingenuous, sir, and you know it. You and I both know it. Coming as somebody who has had a lot of opportunities and a lot of privileges, I know that not everybody gets those. It's very disingenuous, sir. So we shouldn't talk like that, now should we?
No, not just that, Matt, but if everybody was self-sufficient, there wouldn't be room for an individual to have 800 head of cattle because the room wouldn't be available for you to do it because the land would have to be split by the people who were becoming self-sufficient.
Exactly.
It's a weird take.
Yeah, it's something I've came up from nothing. My folks, the Great Depression era. I've been through it, and I can definitely feel for the people that have nothing now, because trying to buy a house on this market, it's triple the price of what it normally would cost. Um,
Hang on. You're 56, right?
Correct, ma'am.
And your parents were adults during the Great Depression?
There's no way.
Yeah, they were born in 1908, 1912. My dad.
I'm just doing some math in my head. Give me a moment.
That what?
I am a family of 14 people in my family, my immediate family. I've got 14 brothers and sisters.
Yeah, your dad was in his late 50s.
Yeah, he was pretty old when he had me. I was the youngest.
Yeah, or almost early 60s.
So I really didn't have much.
Yeah, no.
My mom and my dad.
69. Yeah, so your dad would have been 57. Your dad was 57 when you were born.
And I'm a twin. My brother has cerebral palsy.
Sorry.
I'm not sure what that has to do with this, but I always thought my parents were old. I mean, I'm 46 and my dad's 84. Like, I have old parents for the time when I was born. You're like,
yeah, they've been gone for 30 years.
How old was your mum when you were born?
Well, she's 4 years younger than my dad, so.
So your mum was like 52 when you
52,
were born?
53.
Yeah, it's a common thing back then. They kept on popping them out. Yep. It doesn't happen these days, no. And actually, my wife, she's a family of 13, and her mom and dad, and she's actually a twin as well. So they, I can't believe they were very far apart in age either, but they were very, very close to my parents.
I mean, I'm not joking. I was my mum's first child, and she had me when she was 35. And at 35, she was the oldest person on the maternity ward by 10 years.
Oh, wow.
So the idea that your mum was in her 50s is like crazy.
I know. Yep. So it's all going back to I've been through it, and my folks, they were through it, and we feel infinitely saddened, for the people that are continually out on the streets, and they can't get ahead. Believe me, I donate tons of beef, tons of bacon, tons of chicken to the pantries in our area. I've got M&M Ranch just outside La Crosse, Wisconsin, and we go to many pantries and food banks. Helping the communities is really what it's all about. Today, I was actually up on the hill of Granddad's Bluff. It's right outside La Crosse, Wisconsin, and we were hanging the 60-foot Christmas tree. It's a metal Christmas tree, and it's all about the kids, of course, and they were talking like they weren't going to do that this year, and that's what I did today.
Well, okay, so you brought up some. I mean, you brought up some things that you don't like. So I mean, you've brought up the fact that for example, housing 3 times as expensive. Like you were. So this is another point that I think is really salient, is that you were the benefit of a much cheaper housing and property market. You had huge advantages there, and so like that's obviously another big advantage to you, right? Because what's happened subsequently with Republican administrations? What have they done with housing regulations? in the housing market. They've deregulated it. It's what led to the crash in 2008. And the Trump administration loosened regulations, which has allowed corporations to swoop in and buy up housing like never before.
Like BlackRock and Vanguard and
all these different companies, or they allow Zillow and different ones like that to artificially pump up their prices without any regard for the consumers or different things like that. I mean, it's really interesting that you say that, because you can trace a lot of that back. I mean, the Trump administration gutted the Dodd-Frank Act, which was like specifically in place for enhanced financial oversight.
Yeah, I want to just stop you there. Don't get me wrong. There are things that I do not like about Donald Trump. I don't think he's the greatest savior or saving grace that's going to sweep this nation off its feet and bring it back, because no one president can do that alone. It's not going to happen. If any president says, I'm going to make all these go away, and, it's not possible. But one thing I know for sure that we need to do as a country, that we can, come back together and unify, whether Donald Trump is in or not. If we can get back to work, because believe me, I don't appreciate some of the things that he's, defacing the ballroom, or doing the ballroom and defacing the White House. He said he wouldn't do it. He went back on his word.
Well, yeah, okay,
out of spite.
But my friend, okay, and I agree with you, and I don't like that. But getting back to what you were talking about originally, you were talking about immigration. If you want people who are here unlawfully to be deported, between Donald Trump's first administration and Joe Biden's first administration, if you compare the two, Joe Biden did a better job of deporting people. Joe Biden deported more people than Donald Trump did.
I don't know if that might be true, but
no, it's a fact. In fact, if you look at the end of 2024, that's a fact. And then you'd say, well, there's more people coming in. Yeah, some more people came in under Biden's administration, but not nearly as many as you think. What do you think the number of people that came in under Biden's administration was?
They'll say a number like 7 million, but I know it's much more than that.
Except for the fact that it's not. Except for the fact that it's not. In fact, the actual estimate from Department of Homeland Security, if you can go and look at their estimate in 2024, is far less than 2 million total at absolute most. And by the way, that's an estimate. They're just trying to extrapolate numbers. I know, right? You should go to DHS and you should read it. The reason that we know that is because the reason that we know that, and the reason that we know that is because we had an estimated population in America before that we knew about. And the reason that we know that is because we track what's called encounters. We track encounters at the borders. Encounters aren't crossings, but we know how many people are coming. And one of the biggest reasons that more people were coming to the border, there was twofold. There were two reasons why. And you can't blame them on Joe Biden. If you know what you're talking about and you know why these things were happening, you wouldn't be blaming them on Joe Biden. In fact, you would not be reelecting Donald Trump. Why did we have so many Venezuelans coming into the country? Why did Donald Trump grant protected status to so many Venezuelans? Hundreds of thousands of them 2 days before he left office. He granted protective status to all of those undocumented Venezuelans who came into our country. Why would he do that?
I couldn't give you an answer because I'm not sure.
Because he crashed. It's because he crashed their economy with sanctions, and because he crashed their economy with sanctions, he drove those people out because they were starving. So we crashed an entire country's economy and infrastructure, and so we drove them to us. And not only did we do that, we enacted Title 42 during the pandemic, and because we did that, the border for asylum seekers was completely shut down during the entire final year of Donald Trump's presidency. And because of that, when it was finally opened back up by Supreme Court order, I might add, when it was finally opened back up, there were all of the people backlogged for an entire year who were trying to get into America. If you look at Donald Trump's own charts of immigration, even the ones that he shows in the Oval Office in April of 2020, the numbers are already surging up. April of 2020, when Donald Trump is still president. And the reason that he didn't get dinged with all of those people coming in is because he was able to enact Title 42. And he shut down asylum seekers coming into America. Joe Biden had to deal with those people. And then the third thing is Donald Trump killed the bipartisan border bill, which would have helped fix the very problem that you're upset with, because it would have shut down the border the very day that it was signed. It would have given us 1,500 more immigration judges that would have expedited the removal of people who were seeking asylum in America and shouldn't be here. All of those things could have happened without Donald Trump.
Well, I think one thing's for sure. No matter who's the president, people are going to be upset and up in arms no matter what. If Kamala, if she would have gotten in, and believe me,
Kamala, and we're not going to do the whataboutism thing, because you and I both know that Kamala Harris wouldn't be doing any of the shit that Donald Trump is doing right now.
Yeah, and that could be true. We can look at, and stipulate and go back and forth.
That's why we don't do whataboutism. We look at what's happening right now and what's actually going on.
So what can we do? Are we going to impeach Trump again?
Oh, so now you want to? No, I'm talking about. See, I like to talk to people. I'm trying to figure out why they voted for him. You voted for him. You put him in office.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now you want to? I mean, I didn't vote for him. I didn't put him in office. And now the people that should be holding him responsible, which are the rest of the Republicans, because they have the majority in the House and the Senate, and there's a conservative majority on the Supreme Court, they're abdicating their constitutional duty to be the checks and the balances to the executive branch. They're rolling over belly up. The only thing that you can do at this point in time is send as many Democrats to the House as possible next year, assuming that we still have midterm elections at that point in time.
Are you going to be there, Matt?
Am I going to be where?
Fighting on the lines?
What do you think I'm doing right here?
I'd say you're fighting on the lines.
I'm trying to educate people, and I'm trying to make sure that people know what's really going on. I want people to be educated. And yes, of course I'll be there. I've worked on congressional campaigns. I've donated to congressional campaigns, and I try to do that in other states that I don't live in, because I live in Massachusetts, and we don't need any help for people to get to Congress here that align with my views, luckily. I'm very lucky in this state.
You know what's crazy about this, Matt? I've been to protests against Donald Trump and what he's doing, and the fact that he's degrading your constitution. I'm not even American. I don't live in America. I have been to protests outside the American embassy in London. I've done more than the person above me has done to keep Donald Trump in line, and I'm not even American.
So how did he get in office again?
You voted for him.
I mean, people like you, man. I mean,
so it was all up to me?
No.
Or how many other people was it?
You and well, if you want the real answer, I mean, this is the smallest margin of victory that we've seen in 40 years. He won by roughly 1.6, 1.7%. It was an embarrassingly low win, but he won. However, if we took it from an electoral college perspective, if there was somewhere between 200,000 and 250,000, right in that range.
Did he win the electoral college as well?
Oh, yeah, he won the electoral college. But I'm talking about, speaking of the electoral college, forgetting the popular vote, in the electoral college, if there was between 200 and 250,000 more votes for Kamala Harris sprinkled over the swing states, she would have won. She would have won the electoral victory even without the I mean, that's how close this election was. And by the way, when we talk about the popular vote, more people voted against Donald Trump than for Donald Trump. Donald Trump only won 49.7% of the popular vote. More people voted for Kamala Harris and third parties than they did for Donald Trump, which means the majority of voters didn't want Donald Trump to be president. Now he still won.
How many people were out there on the marching lines on No King's Day nationally?
Millions,
You know that number?
Millions. So the first,
So like 7 million, 10 million?
the first one was like 12, I think.
I don't know. I can check the number.
And the second one was like 9. But
How many people actually voted for Trump?
Hang on a minute. I just need to let you know something, because apparently you don't know this.
Okay.
In order to be the president of the United States, you have to win the Electoral College. That's the way you become the president. You don't have to win the majority of votes, but you do have to win, or even the plurality of votes, but you do have to win the Electoral College.
Makes sense.
I'm seeing 7 million people attended the one on October 18th.
Wow.
Hmm?
And how many people actually voted for Donald Trump this past election?
77 million.
77 million.
And Kamala
Dang.
Harris had about 75.5.
Where was the 75 million people on No King's Day?
Right, I'm sorry. Are you expecting 75 million people, many of whom would be the first No King's Day, by the way, on a weekday? You're expecting people to take a day off work in a country that doesn't necessarily pay you to take a day off work, and to go out on the streets rather than feed their families? Is that what you're expecting, user?
Oh, absolutely not. I would expect maybe, somebody like George Soros to kind of foot the bill a little bit.
Oh, well,
Why?
hey, no. Actually, Erica, I'd like to, you know what? He's right. I'd like to address it. Hey, who's Scott Bessent?
Sounds like a buddy I knew from school, but I
I
can't
know.
pinpoint it.
Oh,
I know, Matt.
Erica, you'd like to answer? Who is it?
Yeah, he's Donald Trump's Treasury Secretary.
That's right. He's the Secretary of the Treasury. That is correct. Do you see? Yeah, I've got him on screen there, user. Does he look familiar now?
He looks a little washed up in the right-hand pictures.
But, I mean, do you see where it says United States Secretary of the Treasury? Do you see that? He's the secretary. So which means that he's literally in charge of our money here.
Okay.
Let's see. Anyways, I'd like to just go and read his bio here. Let's just go and read his bio real quick. Bessent graduated from Yale College in 1984. In 1991, he was hired by Soros Fund Management, eventually becoming the head of its London office. In this role, in September 92, he was a leading member of the group that profited by $1 billion on Black Wednesday, the British pound sterling crisis. He made another $1.2 billion in profit for SFM in 2013, betting against the Japanese yen after he left the Soros Fund in 2015. He established the Key Square Group. Wow. So 91 to 25. Boy, that would mean he worked for George Soros for 24 years, and now he's the Secretary of the Treasury. Huh. But tell us more about your George Soros boogeyman.
So you think he's probably funding, and giving our money from the Treasury to the George Soros?
So you think Donald Trump has appointed a treasury? So let me get this straight. You think
That's where our money's
Hang on a
going,
minute.
right there.
You think
It's gone.
You think that the guy that you voted for, the one that you said was the best candidate, and by the way, who picks all the best people, his words, not mine. You think that person that you think is best for the country has appointed somebody who's funneling your money to George Soros?
Oh, I guess I've seen, what are they? The little snippets or reels, whatever, about the.
I can't take the fourth accent change. I can't do it anymore.
Well, he does have 800 head of cattle in Wisconsin, but also live in
Also
Arizona.
lives half the year in Arizona. Yeah. Can't do it. At least keep your accent consistent, dude.
It wasn't me who had an echo, it was the guest.
Yeah, it was the guest.
And unless you hear a person moaning, I also do not have any background noise. If you do hear ghostly sounds, don't concern yourself.
Those old houses there, they're all fucking haunted. You guys know that, okay?
Yeah, that's it. It will be soon. We have to make little jokes, Matt.
I just watched a movie about Nuremberg. We don't need gallows humor, okay? It's too on the nose.
I know. That's you don't even have to tell. It's
gallows.
I'm laughing my head off, Matt.
I know. Fun fact, or I mean, not so fun. He was a schmatzy, so I guess kind of fun. Is Hermann Goering, who was obviously the number one, the guy, right? Because Adolf was gone, and Joseph was gone. Joseph G was gone, and all right. So Goering was left, and he was the president of the Reichstag, and he was the guy.
Goering was the big fat one.
He was
right?
he was the and so it was like everything that they could do. They wanted everything. Like he had a heart attack while he was in custody, and they kept him alive. The whole thing was they were going to keep him alive to try him, and then execute him. Right?
Didn't he do it to himself?
Well, that's what I was. Thank you, Erica.
Oh, sorry. I was showing my knowledge of history, Matthew.
I know. Very good. Very good, Erica. No, that's correct. So basically what ended up happening was they got all the way through the trial. They got through the sentencing, and the night that they were going to go in and unexpectedly wake up the prisoners and be like, it's time, you're getting hung. That's it. They were going to go in and do it, and they found him in his cell, and he had a cyanide tablet or a pill or whatever it was, and and they had done everything. They had done everything that they possibly hanged. Yes, thank you. You're right. You're right. They had done everything that they possibly could have done to, like, no shoelaces, no belts, no sharp surfaces, no toilet seats, like every single thing. They had a psychologist on him, like the whole thing, and somehow somebody got him some cyanide, and he was able to do it beforehand. It's really crazy. So, but it was just such a big deal because they wanted him to pay, and so, yeah. Anyways, there's that. So.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ruin that for you.
No, it's fine.
But I was telling Matt, if any of you have not watched the movie The Reader with Kate Winslet and Ralph Fiennes, please go watch it. It's an excellent movie which includes a portion of kind of war crimes trials. It's such a good movie. Like, I would put it in my top 10, I would say.
It's now on my list. So I'm very excited to check it out. I was telling Eric, I do like a good, it's called The Reader. The Reader with Kate Winslet. I do really like a good historical period piece. Historical period piece is always really good.
I don't know where you can find it online. It's not available without paying additionally for it here right now, but it's like
Let me look.
£3.50 to rent it. So
I will tell you shortly. It's free if you have a subscription to the AM of the Zon, okay, the A1. If you have PLEX, oh yeah, somebody just put it down there too. So the Jeff Bezos's one, or the Pelec, yeah, that either one. So there you go. Good stuff.
Pelex.
There you go. Yeah, The Reader is what it's called. So good times. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a chat. Let's talk. Let's all have a chat. Hey, Dolphin. Hey, friend. How are you?
Hey, while I was live, Auntie Biscuit, I'm sure you guys know her, love her.
Mm-hmm.
She came into my live and she told me that Poland is training 400,000 civilians as soon as possible for mobilization, and there are other countries to follow. I had Papa Storm look it up, and I looked it up. It is very much true. I thought I'd let you guys know, because I'm a little freaked out about this.
That's okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, obviously, it's something we want to keep an eye on. Don't want to freak anyone out.
Yeah, Auntie's all up on everything Ukraine. So she came in on my live and she let me know. And she hasn't been able to come up because she's away right now. But I've been jumping into lives ever since I got off, just to let people know.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a lot of different reasons, for it, and so so just everyone should not freak out. There could be a lot of different reasons for it. So
no,
just want to be clear.
out.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean, so there could, like I said, there could be a lot of different reasons for it. Just FYI. But I appreciate the heads up, Dolphin. Thank you very much. So.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. I just want to come up for a second. Hi, everybody. Goodbye. I'm gonna give you a wee, and then you can drop me. Ready?
Alrighty, go.
Wee.
Oh, that was good. I got that one. Yeah, guys. Just to be clear. I mean, it's good to get some news, but yeah. So it's all right. Let's see. User something 1907. You could always come up and have a conversation if you want. All right.
Or we could just try.
Oh wait, that was yeah. That was the last person. That was the guy who was faking the accent. Never mind.
Oh.
Yeah.
With the property, the 800 head of. If I were him, I'd be really annoyed at Donald Trump criticizing the high price of beef, and wanting to import more from Argentina to drop the beef price for people. I'd be annoyed at that.
Yeah. Dom was in the box the other night briefly. I saw him come back through, but he really hasn't been around. So, yeah. That kid.
You know who hasn't been up on mind you, I haven't been on TikTok a lot the last week or so, but who hasn't come and criticized me for not being American for a while?
Who?
I can't remember his name, kind of reddish hair, can't do push-ups. That's all I remember about him.
I won't say his name.
I can never remember what his name is.
If we say it, we'll speak it into existence.
Yeah.
He's like Beetlejuice.
No, but I just like to pretend I don't know who he is because it really annoys him.
I love it. Male. There you go. Mail. Oh boy. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Can we have a conversation while we have a moment? Just doing a little fun Saturday, whatever the fuck. Glad you guys are here. Head on over to the Tube and subscribe. Over there, we're trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers over there. So please go over there and subscribe. Drop a like, drop a comment. Watch for a few minutes. We appreciate it. We appreciate all of our fine folks over on the Tube. Thank you guys for being over there. I see you guys, and you're very appreciated. We got a few watchers over there. You don't have to watch for forever, but watch for a few minutes. So thank you for being over there. Drop a follow here on the main account and on the backup account. Make sure you're following our friend Erica. She's private, but she'll accept your follow after. Okay. Whoever just said I miss Claiborne. No, you don't.
No.
And if you say that
No.
again, we're going to have a problem. No, you fucking don't.
And whoever said whatever happened to HVAC, I can tell you exactly, well, I can't tell you exactly what happened to HVAC, but I can tell you, I think I gave him the idea to pretend to change parties. I think that was my fault. Because, you know, for a while, he had an account called The Greatest Debater. When I used to be on Ethan's Live a lot, he came up on Ethan's Live, and I told him he could only say he was the greatest debater if he could debate both sides of the argument. So that night, I made him debate a Trump supporter. And it's so much easier because they have no points, 0 points.
So we decided.
And I think he went, and the following day he changed his account name, and then so I think, sorry guys, the grifting, not my fault, but the change of heart may be my fault.
Amazing. Erica's to blame for so many things.
Oh yeah, it's entirely my fault that Donald Trump is president, apparently. And also taxes are my fault. So sorry guys.
Salty, I've invited you to come on up, have a conversation with us.
I mean, Salty's right. President Trump is a goat, like the ones you find on a farm. You know, the smelly ones.
I mean, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling, and this is just me, but I have a very strong feeling that when Donald Trump is in a meeting in the Oval Office and he is asleep like this, he's making a sound of breathing like livestock. That's personally my thought. When he literally falls asleep in the middle of a meeting in the Oval Office, that's just my thought. I don't know, but it's me. But, you know, Sleepy Joe, guys. Sleepy Joe, right? Am I right? Sleepy Joe? Oh.
I think he probably drools. Like, I think they must have bought him waterproof shirts so that you can't see the drool on them.
Salty? You seem a little salty. I think I'm starting to see where the username came from. Dozy Dawn. I like Dozy Dawn. Very nice. I've actually invited Salty to come up, and Salty is scared. Salty does not want to have a conversation with us. Salty just wants to chirp in the comments. Salty doesn't want any salt.
Oh, I like that. The nod father.
Whoa.
Well done, swearing Suist?
Soist.
Soist?
Soist. Amazing. Don't want to hear your. But then why are you here?
Well, we can help you out with that, Salty. We can go somewhere else if you don't like it. Super simple. In fact, everybody in here, I will let you know that the emergency exits are via scrolling into a different live, or alternatively, turning your phone off. Or you could just go to your FYP and watch videos of Dachshunds, which is what I frequently do. And then you could send them to Matt, which is also what I frequently do. I love that Gracie said Salty is a spice girl. In the UK, salt is absolutely considered to be a spice. Oh, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Have you listened to Spice Up Your Life recently?
No, why? Why do you ask?
Well, there's one line in it that I feel has not aged well.
I'm trying to think of the words to spice up your life.
We'll see if you. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to say. I'm going to see if you think through it. If you can figure out the line. I was listening to it. And I was like, oh, that doesn't. I was like, I don't know about that line.
Is it that one that somebody just wrote in their comments?
I was like,
yeah. Have you watched Friends? Have you watched any episodes of Friends?
I'm gonna say something right now that's gonna be. This might go really badly. Oh no! I watched Friends. I don't like Friends.
Yeah, I never found it particularly funny, but if you watch it, there are so many off-color jokes in Friends.
It's not my humor. I'm not saying that those people were bad actors. I actually liked a lot of them individually. I understand the time. I get it. I didn't like it. It's just not my thing.
The way I felt about Friends, so it was always watchable. But it's not laugh out loud, you know.
It's just not. Squeezed Lime. You should request sign up, guys. If you voted for Donald Trump, request sign up. We're literally talking about this just because we have no Trump supporters to talk to, and we would rather. Well, I don't know if we'd rather, but we're trying to talk to Trump supporters. How about that? So, I'll put it that way. So.
Maya's just cancelled us. Just so you know, we're now officially on the cancelled list, which means now that we've been cancelled, we have to become right wing because that's how that works.
Sweet. When do I start getting the grift money? Like, can I start a $3 million fund like Older Millennial?
Oh yeah, you can also. I heard they're paying good money for pretending Russian propaganda isn't from Russia. That's another one that you could get on that bandwagon.
Literally. I mean, maybe you could put some. QTK, you could come up and talk about it. I mean, we've got nobody in the box right now, so now would be the time to actually come up and do it. But it seems like you just want to chirp down in the comments. But I don't know.
Didn't QTK come up once and just immediately crash the fuck out?
I don't even know. These people, I don't remember them, and the name seems unremarkable to me. Usually, I only remember them if they're smart, or sometimes if they say something, just if they totally say something terrible right away. But I don't even remember that one.
I love the way that QTK says, "Why do Democrats like to monetize so much?" This is what I'll tell you. I've never seen a Trump live with the gifts turned off. Not once. Ever.
Interesting. Um, uh, my favorite comedy of all time is Arrested Development. Arrested Development is my favorite comedy of all time, and specifically, the first 3 seasons are. I mean,
Do you want to know what mine is?
amazing. I'd love to know. Let's hear it.
The Mighty Boosh.
Oh, Greg.
Yeah, my favorite episode is The Nightmare of Milky Joe,
Yes.
where they get
Fucking
they and I love all of the crimping as well. The crimping, like the one about the bouncy. You would call it a bouncy house. We would call it a bouncy castle.
Bouncy castle.
Bouncy, bouncy. Ooh, such a good time. Bouncy, bouncy. Shoes all in a line. Bouncy, bouncy. Everybody's having fun. Summertime, summer fun. Everybody's getting down. Bouncy, bouncy.
Great fucking show. Great. Like,
Really
whoever
good.
has not seen The Mighty Boosh, like, fucking amazing.
The episode with the crimp off. I don't like, so if anyone doesn't know, like, the evolution of the Mighty Boosh, the Mighty Boosh started as a radio show on BBC Radio 4, I think it was, and then it went on to TV. And the first season they work in a zoo, which it wasn't as good. And then the second season they got the shop, and then they worked in the shop. But yeah, it's good.
All right, now Erica, I think that you should say what your best, like, what your favorite British, or say what is your favorite American comedy, and I'll say what my favorite British comedy is. How about that? I want to know what's your favorite American comedy. How about that?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you, Matt. I don't watch a whole ton. Like, I've seen all the big ones. I think Parks and Rec was good.
I love Parks and Rec.
I would say I quite like Community as well.
Oh, love Community also. 2 of my all-time favorites up there.
Yeah, so it would be between those, I think.
100%. I love both of those, and I think that both of those aged very well also. I also loved 30 Rock. I think most of it aged pretty well, but there's a few things that I'm like, and also, what's that?
The one in the police precinct. Is that one?
No, 30 Rock is the one. It's Tina Fey, and they're writers for the late night show, like the SNL style show, with Alec Baldwin. I loved that show when it was on. It also ran when I lived in New York City. It was like so, and the 2 knocks I'll give it are some of it, a couple of things I'd say didn't age very well, but I could like excuse it a little bit. But some of it was so good, it was topical. It was just, it was kind of like, some of it I feel like, oh man, if you weren't right there in the moment, it maybe isn't quite as like impactful, but man, it was so good in the time. I was like, God damn, this is some of the best writing ever. The Rural Juror. Yeah, exactly. Live every day like it's Shark Week, Erica. Blurg. I want to go there. But I was gonna say, Erica, I was trying to think, because this is hard for me, because I've watched a lot of British comedies actually, and I think my favorite is Extras. I think it. I really like that one a lot.
I didn't really. Right, so I obviously watched The British Office. But I didn't really watch Extras, and I can't remember why. I can't remember. I think it might have been around the time when I was working for VW and I was traveling like all over the place, so I didn't really get on board. But John in the comments keeps talking about Desmond. Mrs. Trenchbull's not a person. I think you mean Miss Trunchbull, but okay. Um, who's Mrs. Trenchbull? Like, but if you haven't seen Desmond's, Desmond's is set in a barber. It's all about it's kind of it's a comedy made by and for the Black British community, and it's set in a barber shop that's owned by someone who's migrated to the UK from the Caribbean. It's very funny if you haven't had the opportunity. I would recommend.
I'm writing it down. I would say if you get a chance, Extras is great. And the reason why, aside from the fact that I do like Ricky Gervais and I enjoy his sense of humor. If you don't like Ricky Gervais's sense of humor, if you're out there and you're watching this, not a show for you. But I like his sense of humor, and I enjoy some of the improv with it. But the conceit of the show, I find incredibly delightful. And what it is that every episode, there is a famous person who comes in and plays themselves. And Ricky Gervais is an extra. And he's just Joe Schmo extra who then works on set and is desperately trying to interact with them because he has a script that he wants to get off the ground and show them, and so he's trying to like play it up with and the famous person always plays like some hilarious like over the top version of themselves, which is it's just so fucking funny. Like Daniel Radcliffe does one of them when he was a very young teen, and he plays like some really like oversexed teenager, like who's like it's hilarious. Patrick Stewart is in one. David Bowie is in one. There's so many of them that I just think it's great, and there's improv to it as well. So if you like the Curb style thing, where obviously they were going in with a prompt, and then some of it just happens organically, there's that element as well. And so I don't know. I really like it. That's all I'm gonna say. That's my pitch for Extras, and they're only 15 minutes long. So, what do you have to lose?
Didn't David Bowie sing him a little song where he was like,
yeah, you can. Yes, it's great. The song is amazing. Like, oh my God, you gotta watch it. It's the Bowie that episode with Bowie is like, and where he sings some. It's like, oh, nobody can. No, I don't think anybody can sell Dejected like Ricky Gervais can. Like the just. Chef's kiss.
Do you prefer the American Office or the British Office?
LG, you're not connecting. I don't know if you're a Trump supporter. If you're a Trump supporter and you're trying to come up, please feel free to re-request. That's a really weird question. I liked the American Office when it was on, but I don't actually find it to be rewatchable, to be honest with you. I also really liked the British Office, but they're just so different. Like I don't know. I guess this feels like this is where I cop out, and I'm like,
yeah,
I don't like. I'm not gonna say one or the other, but I have to cop out here because they're just too different.
I prefer the British Office, but I think British humor and American humor are actually really quite different to one another. Yeah. Ours is a lot more dry.
Yes.
And so when you watch the British Office, you feel physically uncomfortable with how awful David Brent is. Like, he's just cringe.
I will say this. here's the two things that I'll say. By the way, once again, guys, if we voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box, please. We want to talk to Trump supporters, so please, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Thank you guys for being here. Go over to the tube, like, subscribe, drop a comment, help out with the algo over there. Appreciate you guys being there. Drop a follow here, drop a follow there. Follow our friend Erica. She's private. She'll accept you after the fact. And then if you want to help out with the algo, drop a gift. You can also support us via links in our bios. We appreciate that. But we'd like to have a conversation with some Trump supporters. The thing I'll say about the American Office is I did watch it first, but and I appreciated some of the gags in it, and some of the writing was good. And there's some of that humor that I'm like, okay, again, is good. That's fine. But I don't find it to be at this top tier level. Parks and Rec I've rewatched. Community I've rewatched. 30 Rock I've rewatched. Arrested Development, my God, I've rewatched that the first 3 seasons like 6 or 7 times. I don't find The Office to be a rewatchable show, and I don't find the writing to be. I did like it when it was on, but I don't find the writing to be like top tier. The British Office, it's on another level because, like you just said, there is a visceral thing. There's a visceral thing happening with David Brent, and it's on another level. I'm sorry. I know that we all had emotions about Jim and Pam and about Michael, and I get it, guys. I get it. And Dwight was very funny, and there were a lot of great gags and a lot of great pranks. It was very funny. And there were some good emotional bits. It's fine. But the amount of like humanity that was packed into the 2 runs of the British Office, it's just a different thing. That's why I'm not going to give one. I'm not going to give one or the other. I'm not going to say I liked one or the other better. I'm just contrasting them, and that's why I'm giving my answer. Okay?
Yeah, there's a whole ton. So, British TV shows, they're not written by a writer's room of like 10 or 20 writers. They're generally written by 1 or 2 people, like comedies especially. There's a whole ton of like comedy writing duos, like Galton and Simpson, who wrote Steptoe and Son, which in the US was called Sanford and Son. Your version was called Sanford and Son. They were a comedy writing duo. Lloyd and Croft, or Croft and Lloyd, I can't remember which way around they go, were another pair who wrote things like Hello Hello, and if you haven't watched Hello Hello, by the way, go watch Hello Hello. It's hilarious. Again, it will not be politically correct right now.
There's some Brits in the chat who were like mad at me for what I said. Like I didn't insult the British Office at all. I was saying how much I adore it and appreciate it for what it is. Like what did I say? I don't think
they were upset you insulted the American Office, actually.
Oh, I wasn't insulting it.
Millie. Millie's one of RJ's mods.
Oh, sorry, Millie. I don't know. Jeez, what do you guys want from me? I don't know. Jeez, you guys. Trying to be nice here. Except for Friends. I don't like Friends. That's just straight up. I don't like it. But yeah, I really do appreciate British humor very, very much, and that's why I like a lot of these shows. Erica's turned me on to some fun stuff. I'm a big fan of the Posh Nosh shorts. Speaking of Richard E. Grant, David Tennant makes a couple of appearances there, and I love those. I've always, obviously, I mean, I love lots and lots of the Monty Python stuff. Absolutely. Fry and Laurie, Blackadder. I mean,
Have you watched any of the Catherine Tate show?
No, I don't think I
Do you
have.
know who Catherine Tate
I
is?
do
Do
know
you
who
watch
Catherine Tate is.
Doctor Who? Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, of course.
So Catherine Tate, she's really a sketch comedy writer and performer. And she had a whole show for a few seasons on British TV, which was very, very funny.
Donna.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
Donna Noble.
Donna. No,
But
she was not a Noble
yeah,
on Doctor Who. What was the show? Which one?
it's the Catherine Tate show.
Oh,
It's
just the
called.
Catherine. Okay, got it. So you're saying it's a
Yeah,
sketch show. Got it. Okay.
yeah. And she plays like a multitude of characters. One of them is Nan, which I don't know if American people use the word Nan, but in Britain, quite often you will call your grandmother Nan. So it will be like your pet name for your grandmother. And she's like this horrible old, like bigoted, like she's always the butt of the joke in the sketches, but she's this like horrible old bigoted woman, and she just says the most outrageous things about everybody. But I mean, a lot of it's quite puerile and repetitive, but it is very funny.
That's fun. I like that. Um, that's funny. I'll definitely check it out. Because I like her. I think that she's fucking hilarious. So, oh man. Oh
No, don't talk about Mrs. Brown's Boys. Blech. I hate Mrs. Brown's Boys. Somebody once they said, "You're a comedian, you'll love this," and then gave me a Mrs. Brown's Boys DVD, and I was like, "You don't know anything about comedy if you think that I'll love it."
Ron, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm half Canadian, half Dutch.
Okay.
The Netherlands.
Are you a Trump supporter?
In no way can be a Trump supporter.
Oh, okay, friend. Well, we appreciate you very much, but we're right now we're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
But we appreciate you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
All right. Bye bye. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, please hop in the box. Let's have a conversation.
I think it was Dano just asked me if I liked keeping up appearances. I absolutely loved keeping up appearances, but I also introduced Matt to Patricia Routledge's, who played Hyacinth Bouquet, to her monologues that were written by Victoria Wood and were on the Victoria Wood show. If you haven't watched them, you might not quite get them because a lot of the vernacular is very British, but they are hilarious.
Squeeze Lime, I'm tired of you spamming the chat with just bullshit. So if you're a real person, come up and have a conversation. Otherwise, go away. Like the fuck out of here. Yeah, Erica
just wants attention.
Yeah, probably. Other Erica down in the comments in all casts. He was white. I that fucking hilarious. That was funny. That's great. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. I'm probably inclined to call it here if we don't get any Trump supporters in the next couple of minutes. But that's who we're looking for. Any Trump supporters? Hop on up. Oh, I don't think we're gonna do a restart, Gracie. I'm not sure I've got the energy.
This show is in the bouquet.
Audra, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm sorry.
That's okay, friend. All good. Accidents happen when you're tapping that screen. We appreciate you. Let's see. Petra, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's okay, friend. We appreciate you. Hope you have a good one. Yeah. If anyone ever wants to go like tit for tat on Arrested Development quotes, I will. We could just do that one all day long. I think that's one of the smartest. I think that's one of the smartest shows ever written. One of the smartest shows I've ever seen. The layers of jokes. I mean, there were jokes in that show. There's always money in the banana stand, Michael. This is watery and smacks of ham. Do you like it? I call it hot ham water. There were jokes in that show that I didn't get until the third watch, because there's layer on layer on layer, and then I'd be like, oh, like I didn't catch that the first 2 times that I watched it, which is kind of amazing. I feel like as a fan of the Beatles, I actually feel like it's kind of similar. It's kind of, yes, Erica, because he was a never nude. Tobias was a never nude. Also, he was the world's first combination analyst therapist. We won't show you the business card.
I'll be back in a second. Don't
sure,
go
friend.
anywhere.
I'll put in the chat the joke. That's what's in a business card. Like, I mean, it's fucking A. But I love that there were so many jokes that, like, and that's why I say it's like the Beatles. It's like when you listen to a Beatles song, Jason, I knew what you meant. I just blew myself. When you listen to a Beatles song, oftentimes it'll be like, oh, I never heard that before. Like you'll get something, and that's what I like in Arrested Development too. Arrested Development is like that. There's like the Beatles of comedy, and you're like, that's a joke I didn't get. Like there was one thing where they were making jokes like near the end of their run about like having to cut the budget and the production staff and this and that. And Michael opens up the cabinet in the kitchen, and I never noticed this before. There's a Starbucks cup sitting in the cabinet in the kitchen. It's like the joke is that somebody from the production team forgot it there, and there's nothing else in the cabinet because they don't have anything in the production budget. Like, and I never noticed that until like my third watch through the show. Like, I was like, oh, that's so great. Like, what a meta joke. And I don't know. Anyways, I could go on and on about Arrested Development.
Apparently, Matt, Jack O'Lantern says that us talking about comedy helps Republicans. I'm not sure how
Jack.
Us discussing our favourite comedies helps Republicans, but why don't you come and tell us?
Yeah. Well, we could be talking about inflation, like Millie says. It's one banana, Michael. How much could it cost? $10? It could be that. We could be talking about that.
I just thought I had a message from somebody, and it was a message from you from earlier.
Oh, sorry. Oh, we got somebody here. Who we got? Jay, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Good evening. Good evening. How you doing?
Just fine. Hi.
Good evening. Yeah. No, I've been. I was reading your prompts, and I listen to you from time to time. I'm in New York, and in Queens, actually, close to where Mamdani was campaigning, and I actually voted for Sliwa myself, but earlier this week, I started getting a little optimistic about Mamdani, and I was saying to myself, okay, he's going to force rents to be stabilized because they're out of control around here. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but they're very much out of control in Queens and New York and Brooklyn and Manhattan and the tri-state area. So I was thinking, oh, wow, these private equities are going to get forced to, vacate New York because, if they have all these rules where they start telling them they can't raise their rents, then maybe all these private equities which I believe own, there's no clear answer, but I think they own at least 40 to 50% of all the real estate in the tri-state area at this point. So I thought, hey, this would be a good thing. Real estate prices are going to tank, and a guy like me, a regular dude, might be able to afford to buy maybe an apartment one day in Manhattan at a normal price, not $1 million for a 1 bedroom. So you still hear me, right?
Yeah. So Jay, I just want to click.
We're
Can I
just
just?
listening.
What's that?
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna get to my point. I'm gonna land my plane. So I was getting optimistic about it, but then I realized I had it completely wrong and completely backwards. What's gonna happen? Because that was being overly optimistic and idealistic. What's gonna happen is the small mom and pop landlords are gonna flee, and the private equities are gonna expand their footprint because they're not gonna be subject to all the regulatory rules that are probably going to be coming down the pike. The electric ovens, the raise in property taxes, all the other regulatory things that are probably going to happen. They're not going to be subject to that. So it goes back to what the WEF and their favorite mantra is.
Yeah,
This is
all
How are
right.
all
they not
nothing.
going to be? How are they not going to be subject to those regulations?
Because
Can
they're,
you explain?
private equities, there's a range of tax write-offs that they most likely can enjoy that regular people can't. So it goes back to what the WEF says,
So
which
what
is
you're actually angry at,
I've
Jay?
spoken to you before, and I've
What I
spoken to you
know, I
about the and I've spoken
remember.
to you about the WEF,
I
and the
re-
WEF's favorite mantra is "You will own nothing and be happy." And Mom, Don,
I very much feel like I was talking. That's what I feel like was occurring, and then you just carried on and talked straight over the top of me.
no, I was landing my plane, and
Mm.
I just wanted to say my final piece, which I've told you in the past. The WEF's favorite mantra is "You will own nothing, you will be happy," and I'm pretty certain Mom Donnie's the extension of
If
that.
that's their favorite mantra, can you show us a piece of literature from the WAF that has that in it, please?
You gotta, if you don't know that, then you gotta do a little more research.
No, sorry, can you show it to us?
No, I can't. I'm lying on the couch and I'm listening. I'm not doing any research for you.
So if I did that research, would I find that they'd ever said that?
Yes,
Jay.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So
but that's not what I'm
hold on.
talking
Wait,
about.
but
That's not my
Jay,
main
but Jay, hang
thesis
on.
here.
Jay, hang on. Time out. Number one, how old are you?
52.
52. You voted for Donald Trump also?
Yes.
Okay. So you were talking about this thing. This is an interesting theory that you've got. What are Mom Donnie's other propositions? Like, what about corporate taxes? Because you're going to talk. You're going to talk about. Hold on. Time out.
I don't proclaim.
Time out. Hey, bud. Time out. I'm talking now. When I say what about corporate taxes, you seem to be neglecting the fact that Mom Donnie wants to raise corporate taxes. So it kind of feels like what's going to happen is it's going to kneecap companies that will want to come in. And even if those big groups came in and what you were saying did happen, then they would get taxed to hell. And then the city would benefit from it in a different way. And I also don't think that the city would allow that to happen because guess what? There are already rules and regulations in place about owning large blocks of housing. Did you know that in New York? Because, by the way, I used to live in Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy and Park Slope. And there are already rules in place in New York City. There are laws against actually being able to do that. There are limits on how much real estate one company can own. Like, a company just can't just buy up everything in New York or buy up huge amount. Like, did you know that?
Host, I don't proclaim to know everything, but there
Okay,
are
well, I'm
so
just
many
pointing this. Then I'm pointing it out to you.
loopholes.
Okay.
I was talking to a bar owner the other day. That he has to go out of business, by the way, and he had to shut his shop down.
Mm-hmm.
His Con Ed bill is $14,000 over like a 3-month period of time, which the guy has a small bar, a little refrigerator with some Coors Lights in it and some, maybe some a couple of house brews. But, he went on to tell me that none of the restaurants are actually owned by regular people anymore. They're owned by businesses that are looking for tax write-offs. That's why the rents are so high and regular people can't can't own that, can't even think about in starting a business in New York. Even
by
like
the way,
when
by
you,
the
even
way,
when
just FYI, the average Con Ed bill for someone, a medium-sized commercial business, for someone using 10,000 kilowatt hours a month, which I've owned a bar for 7 years. I've owned a bar for 7 years, and I use a lot more equipment than that. Never have ever touched 10,000 kilowatt hours. That bill in New York City would be $2,300 a month. So
well,
your
I think
friend
he
is so your
also
friend is fucking lying to you. That's not a Con Ed bill for anyone in a business
okay. Well,
size that you know.
He also sold some cheeseburgers and he had a small, very small like
Cool, he's still lying
food
to you.
thing.
Yeah, he's still lying to you. There's no possible
The
way
guy's not
that
lying
his
to me.
yes,
The
he
guy's
is.
not lying.
Cool. Then show us his Con Ed bill, because that electric bill would literally be for like a Dave and Buster's running 24/7.
That wasn't his monthly bill. That was what he said was.
You
his
literally just
3
said
month,
that was his
3
monthly
month.
bill. You said his monthly Con
No,
Ed
no,
bill
no,
is
no, no,
14.
no,
That's
no.
what you just said.
No,
That's what you
no,
said.
Then I misspoke.
Okay,
I
then you
misspoke.
misspoke. Well, what was it?
behind, He was behind on his. He was having all kinds of problems. But one of the things he told me was that he was behind on his Con Ed bill, which
Oh.
he owned 3 months of Con Ed, and it was $14,000, and it struck me as ridiculously high for like his thing. No, he was behind 3, maybe even 4 months, but no more than 4 months.
So if it was $14,000 and it was 4 months, that means it would be around $3,600 a month, right?
Right. Which I think
cool.
is absurd
Which I
for
still think
a
is
tiny
actually,
bar
which I
that
still
gets
think is
7
actually
figures.
incredibly high, and I think that your friend is lying to you even about that, but still would be way more in line with what I'm talking about. And yeah, dude, if you run a commercial business and you're open for a long time, 7 days a week, you're going to run up electric bills. That's what happens. I own a business. I know.
Well, look,
Dude,
all
what are
right,
you
well,
talking
yeah,
about? I've
that-
literally
I
just
take care
explained
of
to
that.
you that the
But,
thing that
you
you're
know,
worried.
other-
Hold on, stop, Jay. You came up here with a posit. Your posit is that you think Mamdani's policies are going to drive out the small landlords in New York City. That couldn't be further from the truth. This isn't going to hurt the mom and pop landlords. The only people that this is going to hurt are the corporate landlords. They're going to get taxed more. They're going to have to stop raising rents on people. That's what's going to happen. How is that going to hurt the mom and pop landlords? What's that going to do to them? Explain.
Well, host, I like at the beginning of the week, like you, I was idealistic. I was
No,
like,
I asked you a specific
maybe
question. No, I don't need a monologue. I asked you a specific question. I want an economic answer. I said to you, and I just gave you the economic information. I said these policies are going to raise corporate taxes, which means they're going to hurt the corporations that own the larger properties. They're the ones that are raising the rents, and they're going to freeze those rents. They're not going to impact the mom and pop landlords. They're not going to see a raise in corporate taxes because they're not paying corporate taxes, and I bet you that they're not making over $1 million a year in profit. And if they're making over $1 million a year in profit, they're not mom and pop. So I want you to explain to me why Mamdani's policy is going to hurt the mom and pop landlords. Why is that?
Because private equities and corporations are not playing on the same playing field. For example, you ever go to a building with a bunch of units on the bottom for commercial use, and then the top is an apartment, and you notice that, hey, that's funny, the whole bottom is vacant. Maybe there's, out of the 5 units, 3 are vacant, 2 are used, and then there's the apartment buildings on top, because a private equity could inflate the corporate commercial spaces and write it off against their entire rent
Hang on,
Yeah.
roll,
hang on
and they
though.
do that on very large scales.
Can't they put in rules?
Wait, let me
Isn't
just
the whole
complete my
point
thought.
of this that they can put in rules to stop that kind of thing?
Yeah, but they're not going to do that. I was being
Yeah,
naive to think
you
that.
don't know. You don't know that they're not going to do that.
I've lived in New York for 20 years. The taxes go higher, expenses go higher. Nobody gets helped. It's a joke.
So, where is that accent actually from then? If you've only lived in New York for 20 years and you're, how old did you say
Well,
you are?
I grew up in New York,
52.
but I've lived in New York City for 20 years. I was born in Brooklyn, Flatbush, Maimonides Hospital.
Brooklyn is in, it's
I
one
was
of the
probably born in
five
the same
boroughs.
hospital as the host.
Brooklyn is in New York City. It's one of the 5 boroughs. So you haven't only lived in New York City for 20 years. Like, either you're lying your backside off. I don't know what to think here.
Well, you never do. But no, I've lived in
No,
New York for the last 50. I've lived in New York for 52 years.
Firstly, I absolutely do. I'm constantly thinking, Jay. I just wanted to point out also, I went and looked up the mantra of the WEF, which has been used once in a 2016 essay by a Danish guy. How can it be the mantra when it was used once in an essay by a Danish guy that was published by the WEF? But how does that make it a mantra?
Those are the type of people they prop up and fund and support. But look, you want to support the WEF? That's on you. I don't trust them.
I asked you how it can be their mantra. What's a mantra, Jay?
Why are you diverting the whole idea? You're getting
No,
distracted.
what's the
2 seconds,
mantra?
Eric. I'll be right back.
I've spoken to you. You
No worries.
always get
What's a
distracted,
mantra?
and
What's
you
a
don't have.
mantra, Jay? What's a mantra?
It's like a tagline or
Yeah, and so can you explain to me how something said in an essay by an independent person that they just happened to publish and has been used once in any literature published by the WEF? How can that be their mantra?
Well, okay, the WEF funds and publishes a lot of literature. Okay,
right.
But you know, when one of their researchers or one of their
it's not their
spokespeople say
researcher.
something,
No,
you're
no,
gonna
no.
associate.
It wasn't their spokesperson.
You're going to
Okay,
associate.
quick question. If the New York Post includes an opinion piece that happens to have a line in it, is that the mantra of the New York Post?
Well, you're going to associate the entire paper with their articles, correct?
But would it be their mantra?
I guess
Because what you should have come up and said, Jay, you should have come up and said, well, once in something that they published by some guy, it said this, in which case we could probably show you 100 or 1,000 other things that they had published that went against that. But you've decided that it's their mantra. They haven't decided that at any point.
Well, you know, the WF promotes a lot of austerity measures, not just.
Oh, quick question about austerity. Quick question
in terms of. Wait, no, I'm answering your question
What's
now.
austerity?
In terms of what people should be eating.
Okay, but what is austerity?
Limiting protein, limiting
austerity?
car usage, limiting travel. So, you know, it kind of fits. So it's become their mantra, or it's become what people like me believe they're trying to do.
It hasn't become their mantra.
That's how I put it together, because basically.
I can't. We've already discussed what a mantra is. That is not their mantra.
Can I Eric, I do apologize for interrupting. Thank you for giving me a moment, by the way. Can I ask Jay a quick question?
I'm listening.
Of course you can.
Sure, you can answer me. Ask whatever you like, host.
Thank you. What's your line and your stop?
What's my what?
Your line and your stop.
In Queens?
Yeah.
I'm between. I don't want to give my exact.
Yeah, no one cares.
location away, but I
No
live
one
in a-
cares.
I-
Just
I
give it.
live-
Give it. Tell us. Come on. Go. Where are you at? Say it.
I'm off the end line, somewhere between 36th Avenue and Ditmars. How's that?
Off of which? Which line?
I'm between 36th Avenue and Ditmars. I'm not giving you my exact stop.
Off
I
the,
think he said
off
either
the
the
off the
N
M
line
off
or
the
the
M.
N
Okay,
line.
all right, yeah.
Off the N train, NW.
Oh, the N.
NW.
Okay, all right, that's
You could
fine.
take-
All right, that's fine.
You could,
All right,
you
I
could
was
take
just
the R
asking.
train to Steinway.
All right, I was just
You
checking.
could take the R train to
Nah,
Steinway.
I was just checking. That's fine.
What, did you not believe me, host?
What's
did you
that?
Not believe me?
Well, the way that you said,
Did you not trust me?
I have to be honest with you. The way that you said that you didn't live in New York City, but you were born in Brooklyn, that you were born in Flatbush, it just was weird. So that's
I
all.
was born in Brooklyn, and then when I was younger, my family relocated to Westchester, and then 20 years ago, I moved back to Queens.
That's fine. I was
because,
just trying to figure it out.
I
That's
was,
all.
well, since you're interested, I was in banking, and I couldn't quite afford to move to Manhattan. Astoria, Queens, had $1,200 studios that were pretty nice, and that's where I've been for the last 20 years.
Well, that's a pretty good deal. And the other reason I asked is because, as you can imagine, the last week we've gotten a lot of people pretending to be from New York because they want to talk about Mum Tommy, because they want to pretend like they live in New York or they have an
All right,
opinion
fair
on New
enough.
York.
No,
So
I'm
that's
from New
the
York.
reason.
Mum
All right,
Tommy-
that's fine. So, but
Even the guy campaigned, and let me tell you a little extra. I'll give you a little.
I don't
extra
need a
tidbit.
little. Dude, it's fine.
He campaigned.
It's fine.
Well, I'll tell you because your viewers might find it interesting. He campaigned 2 blocks away from me in this little coffee shop, little Oasis or little Big Apple Coffee or something like that, and there were about 500 people on the line, and I was really I was curious. I happened to walk by coincidentally, and I walked by and I noticed out of the 500 people that virtually everybody was white kids from Brooklyn, and 36th Avenue is an area that has a big population of Bengali and Pakistani people and Indian people. I believe Indian people. I could be wrong about that, but there are a lot of Bengali restaurants there, and I didn't see anybody necessarily from that.
Yeah,
of
sure.
that
And
background
when was
on
the
that
and when
line.
was the
It was
rally?
all
And when was the
white
rally?
liberal kids.
And when was the rally?
I believe it was about 2 weeks ago, 2 to
No,
3
like
weeks
what
before,
what
or
day
maybe a month
what day and
before
what
the,
day and time was
before
it?
the election.
Yeah, what day and time was it?
It wasn't a rally. It wasn't a rally.
What day and
It was
time
in
was
the
it?
evening when I went by. I don't remember the exact. It was on a Sunday about 3 or 4 Sundays ago, maybe 5 Sundays ago.
So it was a Sunday evening and it was a rally?
Why does it matter? Were you there? Were you there?
No, the reason that I'm
It was like
asking the reason that I'm asking for your weird anecdotal is because and you it was only white people is weird, but and you're commenting on the demographics of the neighborhood and all of these different things is there could be a million explanations, which by the way I don't buy your anecdotal for a second, but even if I did, there could be a million different reasons for it. People are working, people have families. There's
It was on a
million
it was
different
on a
things.
Sunday.
Yeah, except for the fact that it's so
Well-
weird that I had to question you like 5 times, like, when was it? When was it? And what time? You had to say it was in the evening on a Sunday because you really needed to think about that, didn't you?
I coincidentally walked.
How
by.
did you know
I
that there
was
was
on
500 people, by the way?
Yeah, it sounds like that was a really big coffee shop if there were 500
It was actually
people.
it's a very small.
Cool. What
coffee
was the name
shop.
of the coffee
there
shop?
were
What's the name of the
500
coffee
people
shop?
in it.
Cool. What's the name of the coffee shop?
I think it was called like a big Little Apple or Little. I could look it up if you want. If you really are curious.
Well, sure,
Want me to
because
look
I
it
bet
up?
they've got photos like up on their social media. I'm gonna look it up.
Okay, sure, fine.
I think what's interesting about this is if we're saying that it has this area has a big Bengali and Pakistani community, and that it
Little
has
Flower Cafe. Little Flower.
Oh, Little Flower
Cafe.
Cafe. Okay.
and that there are lots of members of those communities that live there, and there are also a lot of restaurants. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I know here that like Bengali and Pakistani restaurants are pretty much open all the time. If a lot of the community is engaged in that kind of work, then they're probably at work on a Sunday evening.
You would think so, but
I'm not making any. I'm not making any assertions here. I just thought it was kind of. That was the first thing I noticed. Like he has a Indian descent, I believe, and it was like not a, like maybe there was a few Indian or Bengali people online, but like I just noticed that there were like just hundreds of white kids from Brooklyn that were there, and maybe Queens, but you know, I spoke to a few. I said, so what do you think? I wasn't trying to argue with anybody, and everybody said, oh, the rents are too high. He's gonna stop the rents from going higher. And like I was like, all right, let's hope for the best.
Wow, really, really weird that there's no photos on their social media of any of this. Man,
Yeah,
if I was that business owner, I'd have like pictures up and different stuff. That's so weird.
Little Flower Cafe.
Yeah,
Let's see, Google
that's so weird.
Maps.
I'm on their Instagram page right now. That's so weird that they wouldn't have anything up on their Instagram page whatsoever.
Maybe they're getting a lot of pushback from the community.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that a business whose profile pic is a Palestinian flag doesn't give a fuck. But you know, don't think they really care. But you know, that's weird. It's really weird. Huh. But anyways, I don't know, man. Seems like your story is really odd.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I mean, but you know, it's just
Anyway,
it's just really convenient.
My whole thesis, not even thesis, okay, my opinion, and by the way, I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy out there, but last week I was naive enough to think maybe this will be good for us. Maybe these private equities will leave. You know, maybe I will be able to buy an apartment in Manhattan or Queens one day. But nah, that's not going to happen. These private equities are going to just.
Yeah, I've literally already explained to you the. I've literally already explained to you the. I've literally already explained to you the economic reasons why you're wrong, and you haven't provided and you haven't, sir. You haven't provided an economic reason to rebut that. You've just given us your fucking feelings. I've given you actual economic reasons why you're wrong. Why corporate taxes will hurt those people. Why rent controls will hurt those people, the people that you're concerned about, and they won't hurt the mom and pops as much unless, of course, they're making over $1 million a year and the millionaire's tax passes. And again, if they're making over $1 million a year in income, they're not mom and pop, and they can handle a 2% surcharge on their taxes, because that's what we do here in Massachusetts, except it's a 4% surcharge, and we've raised nearly $6 billion for things like education and transportation in our state. And the number of millionaires in Massachusetts from when the law was enacted started on January 1st, 2023. We had 440,000 millionaires here in Massachusetts. Now we have 610,000 millionaires in Massachusetts. So not only did we gain more millionaires, we also lined our pockets in our tax coffers. Now we have more money for education, and we offer free community college to any Massachusetts resident. So I'm pretty sure that you guys in New York City, with a fucking population just as big as the state of Massachusetts practically, that you guys are going to be able to raise some tax funds to give people free bus passes and to do rent controls.
You know, I can't believe you're a pretty smart guy.
I know. Did you just listen to the actual facts that I gave you, or do you want me to go to the Massachusetts Department of Revenue and prove to you that literally what Zohran Mamdani wants to do has actually been shown to work, and not just in Massachusetts, they do it in Colorado too. It's literally a thing that has been done and works. So why is it that you don't think that something that's already been done and works can't be done again?
Private equities are not.
Oh, so there's no
operating on the
private
same
equity in
playing field as
Boston?
mom and
So
pop.
there's no private equity in Boston? In Cambridge? In the largest biotech and pharmaceutical center in our fucking country? There's no private equity there?
Mom and pops don't own.
There's no private equity in the largest biotech center in the entire country, which is Cambridge, Massachusetts? Holy shit, dude. And you were in banking?
I haven't lived in.
Holy fucking shit. Now I know why maybe you're not in banking anymore. Bro, I literally have just explained to you a direct fucking case study in why what Mom Donnie wants to do works. This is not fucking fairyland. This is real life. The last 2.5, almost 3 years now, we have done this. We have raised nearly $6 billion, $5.7 billion on a 4% surcharge. You guys have a larger population in New York City, and you have more people that would meet that. You'll get quantity.
New York City already has. New York City, I think, aside from California, already has one of the largest tax burdens in the whole country. Why do they need more money, according to you? Genius.
They don't need more money from average people. What they need is more money from the top, because the top isn't getting taxed appropriately. That's the problem.
So they did congestion pricing. That was their big claim to fame. We're going to start creaming everybody $9 to go over the Queensboro Bridge. This bridge was free for forever. It was always free. Do you think that that's a good thing now that they're hitting all these middle class
I think
people?
it's so they did that in London, and it's a great thing. The air quality has gone up hugely since they did that. It means that kids with asthma aren't basically, I don't know, they're able to breathe. It's brought down the rates of allergies. It's done a whole host of things, including making people that wish to drive their car to work, because there's a ton of public transport in New York. People don't need to drive in New York, in Manhattan, certainly. There's a ton of public transport. What I think sorry, go on.
I'm sorry. I was also just going to point out that what Jay said is also not entirely true, because what he's forgetting is that if you're going over the Queensboro Bridge, there are exemptions, because depending on which ramps you're using, so actually a bunch of people are not being charged that $9 because it depends on which ramps you're using. Right, Jay?
Wrong.
Oh, really? Do you want to bet? You want to make a bet?
Hey, if you're right.
Hey, do you want to make a bet? You want to make a bet? How much money are we betting?
Yeah, I'll make you a bet.
How much bet? How much are we betting?
Then I'll take the.
How much are we betting?
$9. That's
No,
the cost.
no. I want to bet. I want a real bet. I want $100. $100.
No, $9.
No, I want a real
you
bet.
You owe me the $9.
I want a real bet. If I'm actually gonna do some fucking work and make you look like an idiot in front of 600 people, I want some money for it. I want $100. Or you can just capitulate and say that you were wrong.
No, I'm not betting you, but your
cool.
viewers
All right,
are
so you
welcome
admit
to
you were
research
wrong.
it.
So you
Your
won't take the
viewers are
bet. You
welcome
admit
to
you're wrong.
research it.
So you admit you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Because then if you're not wrong, then take the bet.
I'm not betting you anything over
Because
$9.
well, then if you're not wrong, then why
bet.
wouldn't you take the bet for $100?
If you're right,
You'll make
then why don't you take the
$100.
$9?
You'll make $100.
I wouldn't make a bet
Take
with
the
him.
$9 or nothing.
I think he
And
already
I'll
owes.
and I'll definitely pay.
Yeah.
I think he already owes Ethan money, to be honest, from memory. So he's not going to pay up.
I know he won't. They never do.
Anyway, my whole point about the
Anyway, your whole point is that you've now pivoted away from it because you know you're fucking lying. And by the way, not only can you get exemptions on the Queensboro Bridge, you can get exemptions on the Brooklyn Bridge coming in as well. You know why I know that, Jay? Know why I know that, Jay? You know why I know that, Jay?
You own a big happening bar in Brooklyn or what?
No, it's because I've driven there. I know what the fuck I'm talking about since the congestion pricing went into effect.
Well, regular people can't get exemptions, okay? Like myself.
You absolutely
therefore,
can. It
I'm
just
getting-
depends on which ramp you take, you fucking idiot.
Are
You can't
taking the
always
$9?
get it.
Are you taking
You
the $9
can't
bet or not?
always get it. You can't always get it, but depending on which ramp you take at which time, you can get it. That's all I'm trying to say. But you won't acknowledge the fact you want to say that it's all the time. So now you just said, what did you say? You said regular people can't get it? So there are exemptions?
I think there are certain exemptions if you
There
have
you go.
certain businesses.
There you go. That's what I
but
thought.
I don't know the exemptions. I just know I'm not. I just know that Yeah. Well, look, if you think that a
Anyways.
congestion tax is good, then that's your ideology. And by the way, as for your genius friend that's helping you out here, she's talked about how it's helped pollution and this and that. But there's a huge amount
I know you wanted to
of
pivot away to
people that are pissed
congestion.
off.
I know you really wanted to pivot away to the congestion pricing because I completely blew the tax thing out of the water, and I proved to you that it raised more tax revenue. We didn't have millionaires leaving. In fact, we've gotten 150,000 more millionaires. Now we have free community college for anyone in the state of Massachusetts, any adult in the state of Massachusetts. If you're a resident, you can go to community college for free. We've improved transportation. We've dropped prices on transportation now, and we've given more money across the board to education. We have a budget surplus. I've literally now proven to you from a factual basis that we can do that. But you, sir, wanted to pivot away and ask about congestion pricing because you don't like the fact that I can give you facts and show you from the Massachusetts Department of Revenue that this works.
Well, that's like me saying, taxes have gone higher in New York and expenses have gone nothing but up, up, up. So therefore, it doesn't work.
Except
So,
for the
like,
fact that
point
you're
is being-
talking about taxes going up for everybody. That's different than making people at the very top pay a small surcharge, and then that surcharge goes to a very specific thing. That's not the thing that's been happening, is it? Cool, I'm so glad that we're in agreement that that's not actually the thing that's been happening.
Can I just point a couple of things out? I find it interesting when people say, your genius friend. By the way, congratulations, you identified me correctly. I am, in fact, Matt's genius friend. But secondly, after you've used the word thesis when you mean theory, and used the word ideology to describe something that is not, in fact, an ideology, it's just an opinion. So, yeah, no.
Okay, well, you were wrong, by the way, about the environmental impact. A lot of people that live in the immediate vicinity have been complaining that cars have been diverted to their areas. So, you
Well,
were
no, that's
totally
not the
wrong about
congestion.
your last
No,
point.
sorry, that's not the congestion charging zone. That's not about the congestion charging zone. You're talking about something called LES or ULEZ, which is not to do with congestion charging. But thank
Who's
you
a
for
LES?
your-
Oh, never mind.
It's the low emission zone. It's not the same. So in the low emission zone and the ultra low emission zone, that's about charging people based on the kind of vehicle that they're driving. So if they're driving a vehicle, so for example, in my car, which is under 10 years old, I do not get charged in the LES zone or the ULEZ zone because
Well, a lot of people can't afford a new car.
my
Cars
car.
are very expensive
Well,
now.
again, in London,
I drive a car that's 20 years old.
public transport in London is frequent, affordable, clean. That unless you are running a business where you need to transport things, in which case it would come under your business costs, and there would be an element of this that could be written off. Then you don't need to use your car in London. London is one of the best connected cities in the world.
Well, I don't like governments that dictate what you need, what you don't need, how to travel, what's right, what do you, this is This is tyrannical circumstances.
It's not
And
tyrannical.
I'm not cool with it.
Sorry, can you point out to us in the US Constitution where you have the right to use a car?
Can you point that? I can't point that in the Constitution where it says I have a right to have a steak dinner tonight either, or sushi. That's a ridiculous question.
You don't have a right to have a steak dinner or sushi.
Can you point out where in the Constitution it says the government can tell you how to travel? No.
The government can't tell
We
you.
traveled that way for like 120 years.
The government's not telling you how to travel. You can travel whatever way you like.
You're just making it.
But if you travel in a certain way, you're going to have to pay. That's not telling you how you can travel. It's saying that if you travel by this method, you have to pay. By the way, I also can't get on a train for free. I can't get on a bus for free.
Well, come to New York. That's coming here soon.
Well, then the thing that you've pointed out as being a problem for most people will not in fact be a problem, because why would you drive a car and spend gas money when you could get on a train for free? Thank you.
I think it's a big problem for me that we had a lifestyle and a way of life.
Are you lazy,
for
Jay?
for over 120 years? For over 120 years, and now in the last 5 or 7 years.
Are you lazy, Jay? Do you not like using your legs? By the way, when you go into a car park, when you go into a parking lot, as you call them, when you go into a parking lot and you have to pay for parking, do you say that the people that own that parking lot are preventing you from traveling in the way? Or when you go and you have to buy a car and pay for gas and you have to insure that vehicle, are those companies preventing you from traveling in the way that you want to be able to travel because they're charging you for that?
No, technically, if it's private property, no. But Erica, ultimately, the government wants us to rent those city bikes and own nothing and be happy.
Again, you have. It's got to the point, Jay, where I think actually that's your mantra, that you think that other people are telling you that all of the time. It's actually your mantra. It's not the.
No, you're ignoring the signs of tyranny, as you do in every episode I listen to.
The funny thing is, Jay, the funny thing is, you're the one that's ignoring the signs of tyranny. You're the one that voted for a man who is going against your constitution again and again and again. You are the one that voted for a man who is scooping US citizens up off the street, and unless they can prove to him that they have citizenship, is getting rid of them out of the country with no due process. You are the one that voted for it. You are the one.
Erica, Trump was the one who tried to shut down congestion pricing, and they called him the king. That's ironic, isn't it?
No, what's ironic is you are ignoring the things that are actually in your constitution. You're ignoring him going against your constitution at every single turn. You are ignoring that, and instead you're saying that the people that are trying to actually improve standards of living for people in your country, you're saying that they are the tyrannical ones, and that is nonsensical.
Did you think it was tyrannical when during the lockdown, when you were told get that vaccine or you can't go to work?
Nobody
said that.
Normal,
yeah,
right?
hold on, time out. One thing. So number one, we're going to call it the jab. But we're going to use TikTok friendly language and Tube friendly language. Thank you very much. But no one ever said that. And if they did, and they were a private business, they're completely within their rights to do so, unless you believe in the government forcing private businesses to do things. Is that what you believe in, Jay?
And that's exactly what happened.
It really, please enlighten me when the government forced private businesses to do that. Go.
When Andrew Cuomo sent the marshals in front of and the health department to do random checks to make sure that everybody had the COVID vaccine. So,
I just asked you to use the word shot. I just asked you to use the word shot. Do not say the V word again, okay? Please. That's
my
it.
Bad,
That's
my
okay.
bad.
Don't use the word again.
Cuomo had enforcement hat. Cuomo had enforcement hat.
Again,
that's not what I. That's no, Jay. That's not what I just asked you. When did the government the federal government of the United States of America force private businesses to get people to have the shot? When did that happen? Because that's what you just said happened.
A number of
Good.
private
Give me one
businesses
example.
said
Give me one
basically
example.
the government is forcing
No, I
them
need one
to-
actual example. Give me an actual example. One specifically.
One. Okay, I
Yep.
work at a. I
No,
work
no,
at a
not your
grocer that I'm
company.
not-
I don't give a fuck about your company. I mean, I want an actual example
Well,
that I
that's my
can look
example.
up. No, no, your company wasn't forced by the government to do anything.
Any of your viewers can verify.
Your
that
company wasn't forced
most
by the
Fortune-
government to do anything.
Most Fortune 500.
Your
companies,
company
whether
wasn't
it's a
forced by
bank-
the government to do anything.
Okay, my buddy works at a major bank.
No,
And by the
obviously
way,
that's-
and by the way, and by the way, who was the president when the shot came out?
Trump.
Cool. So even if what you were saying is true, and it's not, but even if what you were saying is true, who would be to blame?
I think that's a nuanced question.
There you go, you fucking moron. Cell phone.
And also that would be company policy, not the government forcing them to do it, unless, of course, you can show us where the government successfully implemented a policy to do that. Can you do that, Jay?
I mentioned to you that I have friends that work at.
No. Sorry, Jay.
Why is the host
Jay,
crashing? on
Jay,
our
he's not.
conversation?
No, he's not crashing out, Jay.
Yes, he
Um,
is. He's crashing.
No,
He's just-
no, Jay,
Jay-
I'd like to specify. I'm making fun of you because of how dumb you are.
Yeah, but you're the one that looks like an idiot in front of your guests.
No, Jay, he's not. He's really
Number
not.
one, if you think
Number one, shut the fuck up. Number two, that would be company policy, unless, of course, you can, because it would have to be either
says my friend worked at.
it
at
would
a
have
big
to
bank.
be either a law or an executive order, Jay. I don't, because Jay, we've already established that your friends aren't trustworthy today.
No.
So it would have to be,
You've
it would
established
have to
that.
be, it would have to be either, Jay, a law or an executive order. So can you show us the law or the executive order, not the my
Let
friend
me ask you a
Derek,
question.
not my, no, you can't. You can show us that law or executive order. Thank you.
I'm not sure. I'm just telling you. You could look it
No,
up.
I'm not looking anything up. I don't do the homework. I give the homework. Go find
I'm
it.
not doing your homework for you.
Fetch. It's not my homework. It's your homework. Fetch.
Could look that up and verify what I'm saying.
No, you
Everybody
go
on this,
on then.
this panel.
Go on then. Oh, that includes you. If everyone can do it, that apparently includes you. I didn't mean to invite you to turn your camera on. I meant to mute you. Go find it.
Everybody, why you keep muting me every 15 seconds?
Because
'Cause you
keep
can't
talking
debate,
over.
that's why.
Because you keep talking
You
over
can't
me.
debate.
That's why. And no, I
You
can
can't
debate.
debate.
Go find your source.
No, you divert. You don't stick with
Go
an
find
idea.
the
You have like
source. No,
ADD or something.
you're diverting. Jay, what you are doing now is diverting. Quit crying about being muted and go find the source.
I'm too busy. It's Saturday night. I'm about to go out for dinner and enjoy myself.
No,
I'm not doing
go
your
find the
research.
source,
Sorry.
Jay. Otherwise, you're going to look stupid. Go find the source.
That's okay. I look stupid.
Yeah, you correct.
Okay. Yeah. There we go. Cool.
Anyway, I got to get ready for dinner. It was like usual, it was a pleasure, Erica. It was a pleasure talking to you, Erica. It was a pleasure talking to you again. You guys dog walked me like usual, and have a wonderful night.
All right.
Well, at least you know when you're beaten, Jay. Have a lovely steak dinner, which isn't in the Constitution that you have the right to.
All right. Say hi to Peter
Right,
for
and
us.
Taking a shower tonight. Taking a shower every day isn't in the Constitution either, but I'm sure you would argue that.
Oh, you don't, Jay, this has gone completely over your head, and I get it. I understand why it's gone.
No, Erica, it's
No.
over your head.
No, Poppet. It's over your head. That you
Having
can,
a
there's
British
whole,
accent doesn't make you sound smart.
Bro, you really should have quit
no.
while you were ahead.
What makes me sound smart, Jay, is that I'm smart. That's what makes me sound smart. It's the fact that I'm
Well, you're not
smart.
supposed to say you're smart. Other people are supposed to tell you you're
Other
smart.
persons are supposed to say that you're other person.
Okay, you're smart, Erica. You're smart. Okay, I'll tell you you're smart. All right, guys, have a wonderful evening. Thank you for having me, and all the best. Maybe again.
Deuces, Jay.
I'm like Jay. I don't need other people to tell me things in order to know them about myself. I know that I am smart. I know that because I do well on, if I test, I do well. My problem solving ability is excellent. I'm very logical.
Yeah. Also, didn't he call you a genius earlier?
He said your genius friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So, I mean, yeah, it's funny. High school band name. I lived in Brooklyn. I go down to the city all the time. Still have both friends and family in the city. I know exactly what the fuck is happening in New York City. I can get around that fucking city with my eyes closed. I know my way around. So yeah, you can fuck right off. Also, you're kind of a piece of shit. You're always in the chat, chirping away, and you never come up. So yeah, no one
The
cares.
times I have heard him, there's like nothing of substance that's said. So.
Yeah, no, he's just kind of a piece of shit. It's fine. You can just, if you want to sit there and listen, you can just sit and listen. Let's see. We got somebody here. I think we can do one more guest here. I could do one more guest. Kahula's Revenge. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I was a former supporter of Trump, but I did have a couple of questions.
Can I ask, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
22. I actually didn't vote. I didn't vote because I grew up around felons, so nobody really, pushed we need to vote to,
Okay.
live a better life, pretty much.
Okay, that's fine. But can you just tell me where you're located at though? Like just the state. I'm just curious.
Oh, I'm in Akron, Ohio.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, great. We are looking to talk to Trump supporters. I'm glad that you don't support him anymore. But can you? What was your question?
So as far as I wanted to know how impeachment went, and like if we were to impeach him, would the spot go to JD Vance, or like how does that work?
Well, I'd like to be clear about one thing, just from a terminology standpoint. Donald Trump was actually already impeached twice, but because the word impeached just means you're officially charged, right? So the House votes to impeach. Then once the impeachment happens, then it goes to the Senate, and then the Senate would then vote for removal. The Senate it's up to the Senate. The Senate has to vote. 2/3 of the Senate has to vote to remove him, which at the moment would be 67 votes. So officially, just saying that someone is impeached doesn't mean they're removed from office. So you're talking about being removed from office. Just to clarify, I just want you to know, because when you talk about it with people, I just want you to know the correct terminology, because I want you, for you. So if he gets removed after being impeached by the House, so the Senate, let's say the Senate were to vote to remove him, then yes, J.D. Vance would become the president, because J.D. Vance would be next in line. One common misconception is that the Speaker of the House would not automatically become the vice president. That's not how that works. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so after the removal, is there a possibility, or is this like a long shot? What if they like both were removed? Is that even possible?
Is it possible?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Is it likely? I mean, we would be talking about very uncharted territory. Also, if both the president and the vice president were removed, do you know who would be next in line?
I was just going to say it.
Honestly, no.
Erica will tell you.
It's the Speaker of the House. It would be, I definitely don't have corn on my phone, Mike Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It would be. I don't definitely don't have secret grinder account, Mike Johnson. But yeah, that's exactly what would happen. So if that's kind of where it would go. So but again, we're talking about like that would be kind of insane. Also, I don't know how they would impeach both at the same time
Mm-hmm.
and then remove them both at the same time. That to me seems like I don't know how that would work. So and also we're talking about a situation where you would need not just a Democratic majority in the House, but 67 senators, which that would require a large number of Republicans.
And in that case, then this is a really difficult one. If we're using the hypothetical that the Speaker of the House would not in fact be Mike Johnson, it would be, I can't remember his name, Hakeem Jeffries.
It would be.
Who is a Democrat.
Yep.
Okay. I'm sorry for the hard question. I really just I'm kind of like still getting into politics, so I'm trying to like, find my way around.
That's okay. I mean, listen, it's good to understand things. It's good to ask it's good to ask questions, and it's good to figure out, answers and listen. Like I said, I'm glad that you number one, I'm glad that you've come around and you understood that maybe voting for Trump wasn't the best, and I'm also glad that maybe you're understanding that voting is really important and that your vote matters and your voice matters, and we want your voice. Okay,
Thank you.
You're really important, and especially in the state Ohio is an important state. Believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's gone Republican a lot recently, but you live in an important state, and your voice it matters a lot. And so I'm really glad that you're learning and that you're getting out there and voting, okay? I mean that very sincerely.
I think if you want to learn more about this, the articles of the because lots of people know some of the amendments of the Constitution, but not many people know the articles of the Constitution. So I think this is outlined in Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution. So the best starting place would be to read the Constitution and what the rules actually are, what can and can't be done in US politics. So you can look up the Constitution online, or you could, for a few dollars, buy yourself a copy and just spend some time reading it. It's not an interesting read, but it's also not a super difficult read, I would say.
Okay, and I do have another question as far as, because I know like I've been on some other lives and I've been hearing everyone say like stay away from certain like blogs, and how do I know which ones are going to give me like correct information instead of everyone saying like, not go to Fox because it's like propaganda and stuff?
Mm-hmm. If I can, the best websites just for complete nonpartisan news, the AP News, Reuters, and not just because Erica is here, I very much like the BBC. I like the BBC is I believe to be an excellent and nonpartisan news source. Also, I find their world political coverage to be excellent as well. I think those three sources are good for just learning about the news. If you want to get a little bit more political information, there are two political blogs. One is called Politico, and one is called The Hill. I would say that Politico tilts a little bit to the left, and The Hill tilts a little bit to the right, but I find them to both be fairly reliable sources of information if you're looking for more strictly political information. I don't find them to be terribly off kilter. Just keep an eye out for things that are marked as opinion, make sure that if you see something that's marked as opinion, you read it as such and not as factual information. That's one of the most important things I could offer up with that. But their factual articles and their reporting is usually very, very good. And so that's what I would recommend.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you guys.
Yeah, no problem, friend. And listen, I really appreciate you, and I and again commend you very, very much for wanting to learn, and I think it's great. So good for you, friend.
Can I make another suggestion?
Of course.
Matt has a Discord, or if not a Discord, a section of a Discord. If you go to his page, he will have a link in there to join his Discord, and then if you have any questions, there are tons of people in there that would be able to point you to information that might help you out.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem, friend. You have a good rest of your night, okay?
You as well. Thank
All right,
you.
take care. Hey, W's for our friend Cool as Revenge. W's, I appreciate you.
I like people who ask genuine questions and not the people who are like,
me too.
I'm just asking questions.
Hey, I just want you to know you can fuck right the fuck off until you pay me my fucking money.
You have been PNG'd. I repeat, you have been PNG'd until you pay up. Thank you.
You know what? Here. Come here. Here we go. Come on. Here you go. Come on. There you go, bud. All right. Nah, just fuck off. Fuck you. No.
Can we spam the chat with hashtag #PayUpPopcorn, please? Spam the chat with hashtag #PayUpPopcorn. I can't say the word popcorn.
Okay. All right, third time's the charm.
Oh, someone said, what is PMG? It's not PMG, it's PNG, and it means persona non grata, which basically means that you're not allowed to do something anymore or be in a place anymore until you have been invited back. And he's not going to be invited back until he pays up.
I don't know why it is, but every time, because I guess it's just because of the syllables. It's because of the syllables. But when I see pay up popcorn in my head, I put it to the tune of Cheer Up Charlie from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Pay up popcorn. I don't know why. I don't know what my brain is. There's something wrong with my brain. I just want you all to know that. But it's the best kind of wrong, and that's what it does.
There's either something wrong or something very right. I don't know which one
I don't know which it is. It's somewhere.
Someone in the Stephanie it says 86 popcorn.
86
which means,
popcorn.
by the way, you've been thrown out.
I love that. Yeah, or you're out of in restaurant parlance, which is fantastic. So, oh, look who it is. Let me just say hi to our friend Santana here. Whoa, what's
Hey,
up?
Matt.
How's it going?
Hey, Erica.
Hey,
Good.
Santana.
Good. I just wanted to come up for a half second and say, while popcorn sucks, right? We can all agree on that. He did serve a purpose today, like a functional purpose. And while he didn't pay you the money that he owed you, we had a community member that needed mutual aid, and we were able to raise like almost $600 for the mutual aid that was needed. and Popcorn got a 30-day ban from my platform. So while he didn't get you the money that he owes you, we at least use him for a good cause because my community hates him as well. So
I love that. That's fucking awesome. You know what? That makes me even happier. So yeah, man. W is for Santana, dude. That's fucking A. Good job.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was all. I mean, like my head mod K was like, you know what? He's not gonna pay Matt, but at least we can figure this out. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. So there's that.
I love that, bro.
I just wanted to share, like, even though he didn't pay up, he did serve a purpose, and someone who really needed it was able to get some help because he sucks. So
fucking A. That's awesome, dude. I love that.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, that's cool. Well, I'm actually just about to wrap up. Are you going on soon?
Maybe in about an hour or so. I'm just got back in. Today's my wife's birthday, so we've been out doing things, and I'm just getting back home. So
nice.
Gonna hang out for a little while.
Hang on, Matt.
Yeah.
Dom's in the chat.
Oh, maybe we should we talk to Dom real quick?
I think we should talk to
Okay,
Dom
we should
because
talk to
he's
Dom.
so cogent and I don't like, what are the other words I could logical.
Yeah, that's true.
And definitely not a crash out in any way.
Okay. Well, Santana, if you have to go, that's fine. You're also welcome to stay. It's totally up to you, friend.
Yeah, no. I know. I'll let you guys have it. I'd rather listen. I've dealt with some crash outs earlier this morning. Like, I don't know Dom, but I had Ron, and he was a walking crash out. So I'm gonna hold off, and I'll just listen.
Okay.
I appreciate you guys having me up.
All right, bud. Anytime. We'll see you.
All right.
W Santana.
Thanks,
W is for Santana. Hold in the line with Popcorn. We appreciate you.
Somebody in the chat just said, Erica, why do you hate us?
Hello, Dom.
Here you're begging for money, so you remember you said you had 2 jobs, so I just wonder,
Wait, what?
don't you
Dom,
do
hold on,
business,
stop,
remember?
dude.
And you're K1.
Dom, stop.
Let's
Time
not
out.
forget
Number
about the
one,
K1.
Dom, shut the fuck up. Let's just you're just rambling. Number one, no one's begging for money. Our friend Santana was telling us about something he did earlier to help a community member who is in need. Okay? Unless you think that helping people who are in need is a bad thing, you piece of shit. And number two, I never said I worked 2 jobs. I said I was a member of a LLC partnership. And that's what a K1 is. It's income from partnership in an LLC. So I think you had me confused with someone else. I don't work 2 jobs.
It's changing every time we talk.
No, it's not.
I moved to New York. You live in a Republican.
I've been here for the whole time that Matt has had these conversations with you, and it isn't changing all the time. It's the exact same.
It's changing every time, but it's
No,
okay.
It's not.
He's
It's
lying,
not.
and the girl that he was talking to before, he's leading her astray. He's giving her false
Dom, just
false
so you know,
information.
just so you know,
He
Dom.
doesn't know the facts. He doesn't. He's been.
Anyway, just so you know, Dom, Matt and I speak off this app. I know exactly what Matt does for a living. I am aware of his family, and he's aware of my family. In fact, Matt's even kind of spoken to my mum a couple of times. He's not lying, Dom.
All right, I'm sure he's not. It's okay, but it seems.
I just
All right,
want to point out,
okay.
sorry, before
Okay.
you start talking properly, I just want to point out to everyone, do you see what I meant about a cogent, logical individual who's definitely not a crash out? Definitely not.
Well, if I was eating edibles like Matt, then I would have no worries in life. If I was a drug addict, as
How
Matt
else
is,
how
I
else are
saw
you
him pop.
supposed to-
I saw him pop some edibles.
How
Oh
else
yeah,
are you
did you?
supposed to-
Really?
Yeah,
It
I
really?
did.
You mean
I
these?
did.
You mean these, bud? The sweet tarts that I'm eating? These, the sweet tarts? These? But you know.
No, I don't know.
I know, right? Ah. Here, you want me to pop a few? Oh, look at me! Oh no.
Dom, quick question. What was it you were saying about you're in New York, Matt's in a Republican? What was it
Yeah,
you
so
said?
obviously Matt, I heard him talk about Zoran Mindani. I mean, the guy, Matt, you love him. I heard your opinion on him. Why is that? So you like socialism, you like communists, you hate
No,
America.
no, Dom, you didn't answer my question.
So
No, you didn't
he has
answer.
a business, so he wants.
Sorry, I was asking about Matt being in a Republican what?
He's in the most Republican place he can be in. He has low taxes, especially if he has a business. He could write a lot of stuff off. So he's saying all the rich don't pay taxes.
Where do you think Matt's
This
from?
guy's rich.
Where do you
He's
think
got a
Matt's
nice
from?
house.
Dom, where do you think Matt's from?
He's from Texas, I remember. And I heard him say yesterday as
Dom.
well that somebody.
No, Dom, Matt lives in Boston, Massachusetts. Boston, which, by the way, is not Austin, Texas. Boston, if anybody's ever
Road
seen
trip.
that movie, Road Trip, Boston, Massachusetts is not, in fact, Austin, Texas.
All right, well, I thought he was in Texas. But that's still pretty. You know, why do you like communists? Just answer me that. What do you like about free healthcare? No. Why do you keep muting me? Because obviously you guys are in support of free healthcare, correct?
Dom, you're not muted.
Universal healthcare. Matt, you can't speak for yourself. That's pretty sad. Matt can't speak for himself.
Hey buddy. You gotta the crash out. Just chill the fuck out, bud. Number one, relax. Take a chill pill. Maybe if they had those gummies where you were, it would help you out. Maybe. It'd probably be good. Anyways, you don't know what communism is. You don't understand what communism is. Universal health care isn't communism.
Yes, it is.
No, it's socialism.
Okay, so what about Venezuela? Why don't I give you
time out, bud?
example?
Hey, bud. If you want to learn something, you could learn something. If not, you want to just crash out, you can just go the fuck away. It's socialism. It's not communism.
And it's not even that, Matt, arguably. It's a social safety net or a social policy. It's not even really socialism. In fact, Dom, can you describe what socialism is to the class?
It's like North Korea.
No. Sorry, that's not a definition. That's an example. Can you give us a definition?
Pretty good example.
Because but I didn't ask for an example.
Socialist is where you don't have freedom of speech. You can't do anything.
False.
They tax you on everything.
False.
No.
No.
It's just like what New York.
Dom,
Okay, so Venezuela is.
Dom, socialism is the means of production being in the hands of the proletariat. Can you describe to me either what the means of production is, or alternatively, what the proletariat is?
I don't know. All I know is it's a bad. Socialist is bad. Even Bernie Sanders, he's a big socialist. It's bad.
No, even he's a social democrat. He's not a socialist. So for the benefit of Dom and anybody else that doesn't know, the means of production is basically business. Back in the day, it would have been like all of the factories and stuff. And the proletariat is the people. So it means that businesses are not privately owned. They're owned by everybody. And therefore, everybody gets the benefits of the profits of that business.
That's not good. You realize that, right?
Why is it not good? Can you describe to us?
I don't think it's gonna affect you.
Sorry, can you describe to us why it isn't good, Tom?
Why? I mean, I could give you. Look at Germany when they hyperinflated the dollar, so they put. Yes, that's an example. They were at one point.
First of all,
they got a guy like Zoran Mindani.
Dom.
Okay.
First of all, that wasn't Germany. Dom.
Yes. Germany.
That wasn't Germany. It was called the Weimar. It was called the Weimar Republic. the Weimar Republic.
Dom.
All right, Germany collapsed. I learned about it in
Dom.
school.
Hey, Dom.
It was wheelbarrows. Their money was worthless. They were burning it.
Yeah,
'cause-
Dom. Hey, Dom. Why did
Remember
that?
that?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
did you not
Why?
go to school?
Yeah. Hey, bud. Hey, Dom. Why did that happen?
Up because they destroyed the dollar. They
Why did
literally
they? Why did they?
completely
Why did they?
printed
Why
too
did
much
their
money.
economy
Because
collapse?
they gave free shit away. They gave
Why
free
did-
shit away. That they
Oh,
didn't
really? Oh, that's why their economy
Yes.
collapsed? Really? Oh,
Yes, 'cause
huh.
they
It
were
wasn't
like-
because.
Wasn't it due to the Treaty of Versailles and reparations after the First World War, where Germany, the German, well, at the time they weren't German people because it wasn't called Germany, but the people of the Weimar Republic were having to pay huge reparations imposed on them by countries like yours and mine in order to pay for the destruction of Europe that had happened to do with the First World War.
No, it's because they destroyed the dollar.
That-
And they were at war too.
Oh,
so
wait
that
a
didn't
second.
help.
So I wanna make something clear. Then you're saying that the insane amounts of money that the Weimar Republic had to pay in reparations had nothing to do with the hyperinflation of their currency?
No.
Really?
No.
I would like Dom to explain something else to us, because presumably Dom is tying the Wall Street crash into this and like the Great Depression. Can you explain to the class exactly how Germany crashed the dollar?
Well, if you have too much of something, as the dollar, and you have too much of something is bad.
Okay, so what does
Do you agree?
Germany have to do with that?
It's because they ruined their dollar. They printed way too much money. They didn't.
First of all,
Yes, they.
okay, you're talking about German currency, which is not in fact called the dollar. Dom, I just want to let you know, other countries have currencies that are called different things. For example, don't unmute while I am talking. For example, in Japan, they have the yen. In Great Britain, they have the pound. Now, Europe's a bit confusing, so this might be confusing for you. But in Europe, each of the countries, well, in the EU, they all used to have their own currencies, which were called a ton of different things. Germany, at the time, were called marks. Oh, sorry,
I
Matt.
wanted to say it, Erica.
Sorry. Okay. Matt, what was France's currency called before the euro?
The francs.
The franc, yeah. And in Spain they had pesetas, and in Italy they had lira, and all of these different, none of them in Europe were called dollars. Not one of them.
No.
And now you might be getting confused because I know Canada calls its money dollars. Okay, that might be a bit confusing for you that there's a whole other country that also has dollars, but Germany never had dollars. Not ever. So that's a lesson for you, Dom, on something called currency. You might want to repeat that word a few times. Currency. Oh, Australia also has dollars. So does New Zealand. Quite a few places have dollars. But currency is another word for like money. And all of the countries, they have their own different money.
And just so you know, Dom, I've got it up on the screen. Germany suffered hyperinflation in 1923 due to a combination of factors, primarily the government printing excessive amounts of money to pay off World War I debts and reparations, a crisis triggered by the French and Belgian occupation of the rural industrial region and the abandonment of the gold standard.
Okay, I have a question.
There you go. So you were going to say, yes, now I understand that was caused directly by World War I debts and paying back, right? Do you understand now?
And because they printed too much money too, I think.
Why did they print too much? Why did they print the money? Why did
'Cause
they
they're
print the money?
stupid.
Why
didn't
did they
need
print?
to.
Yes, they
They
did.
didn't need to. No, they didn't.
Then how are they going to
didn't
pay
have
back their
to.
dets?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's
How
like
were
me
they
being
going
in
to pay
debt,
back their debts?
and then I put myself
Then
more in
how
debt
were they going to pay back their debts?
to build the economy.
Do you realize that
Tariffs.
under
They
the
could use
Treaty of
tariffs.
Versailles, after they were defeated, they had to do that. They had no choice.
Yes, I know they had to pay them back.
Cool. Then what were they supposed to do? Magic
were
up a
supposed to
bunch of money? No, they
Yes,
had to
were
print it.
slowly supposed to pay it
Matt,
off. That's
he
a
just-
horrible idea.
Matt,
That makes
he just suggested tariffs, which is a really funny thing to suggest because, Matt, can you tell us what in large part led to the Great Depression?
Tariffs.
Wasn't it the Smoot-Hawley Act?
Smoot-Hawley Act. Yep, that's right.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
crazy. And yet Dom is suggesting that the exact thing that caused the Wall Street crash would actually have benefited Germany. I love somebody in the comments said, anyone? Anyone?
if they open up a bunch of BMW manufacturers there, they could have got money there.
They had a bunch of right. First
Okay,
of
well,
all,
they could have made more. They
no,
could have had more.
First of all, Dom, we're talking about a time in
Printing
history.
money is the solution, correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Dom, we're talking about a time in history where very few people had cars. I don't know what your history teacher was teaching you, but whatever the fuck it wasn't right.
Not much.
And by the way, they already had a bunch of BMW manufacturers, because BMWs come from Germany.
Correct. So they should have had more. They should have brought in good revenue, not print money. So of course you guys would say, let's print money. That's your solution to everything. Oh my gosh, the healthcare. You know what? Could you imagine? Why did all the Canadian doctors
Are we
come
going back
to the
to?
US?
Are we going back
Why?
to healthcare?
Why?
That's not
Why?
a thing
Why
that
is
happened.
that?
Because that's
Why
not
do
a
all
thing
the
that
Canadian
happened.
doctors come?
Because that's not
Yes,
a
they
thing that
do.
happened. No, they
They
didn't.
all come to the US.
Dom,
The
no, they
Canadian
don't.
doctors come
No, they
here
don't.
because
Hey,
it's so
Dom.
shitty there because they make
No,
no
it's
money.
not. That's
They
not
make
true,
no
Dom.
money. You know
No,
what?
it's not,
Pregnant women,
Dom. No, it's
pregnant
not,
women
Dom.
come to the United States.
Dom, no, they don't. Because we have worse maternal outcomes in the United States than the rest of the developed countries that have universal health care. We have worse maternal outcomes in the United States than they do in Canada. Now I know that you don't know what you're talking about. So calm the fuck down. Okay?
Yes, they do.
Dude,
They do.
if you don't stop shouting, I'm just going to drop you. Stop shouting. No, they don't. Do you want me to prove it to you? Do you
No, I
want me to
literally-
prove it to you?
I've seen it.
Do
I
you
can
want
look
me to
it
prove
up.
it? Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. We have worse maternal outcomes than Canada does. So why would women come to America from Canada?
They do because it takes months because everyone has free healthcare. So imagine all the people that are trying to go to the doctor, correct? Because everyone has free healthcare now, right?
No,
So
that's
everyone's
not
trying
how
to
it
get on the
works,
doctors.
Dom.
Yes, it
That-
is. I've fucking seen it myself.
Dom, I live in a country with universal healthcare, and you're trying to tell me how universal healthcare works. I don't care what you've seen. You don't live in a country with universal healthcare. Just because you can go to the doctor and not have to pay immediately, it's not the case that everyone's just queuing up for a doctor's appointment for shits and giggles, Dom.
I've literally I've experienced it literally yesterday
When
and
have you
today.
experienced it?
Yesterday and today. I was on hold trying to get a
Are you
doctor
Are you
appointment.
Canadian, Dom?
No, this is in America.
Oh,
This is
so
in
what you're
America.
saying is your healthcare system is shitty.
Okay. Hey,
Because you were on
Dom.
hold at your doctor's.
Hey, Dom.
Because it's a democratic state
Dom.
and it's a universal.
Dom, this is the maternal mortality rate right here. Okay, this is women who are black in America. This is appalling, and that's just the mean for women right here. Canada, is all the way. Where's the last data? We don't even have data on for Canada on this. Holy shit. Oh, they're at 12.2. So we're at 22.3 per 100,000. They're at 12.2. Why the fuck would anyone come from Canada?
It's because they're healthcare.
Why the fuck would anyone come from Canada when our outcomes are so much worse? You are an idiot. I literally just showed you the data.
Okay, let me read you some data.
No, I don't want you to read me some data. No. Stop. What site are you on? No, I want the source so I can look it up. I don't care what you're reading. What is it?
Canadian Medical Association, CMA. So it says.
Hold on. What's the title of the article?
How many Canadians go to the U.S. for healthcare? 42% of Canadians come to the United States for healthcare. And 34% medical graduates, IMGs, who leave Canada move to the United States. So that's a pretty high number. Well, why don't they want to practice it? Why don't they want to practice in their own country? Because they don't make any money. Because universal health.
Stop. Time out.
Horrible.
Hey, Dom, stop. Time out. Stop crashing out. Number one. So what you're saying is that 42% of them go to the United States for healthcare?
Correct.
Except for the fact that's not true, because I have the article up, and it was just a poll conducted by Ipsos. And by the way, a poll doesn't mean shit. That's not actual statistics. It's just how many of them would go to the United States if needed. That's all that they asked. That's it. And it's a poll, so it's not even actually the fucking number. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry.
All right, why don't you look at the AI overview?
Don't be quiet. Can you put me on the big screen for one moment? Because I just want to show everybody the introduction to that article that he was reading. Medical tourism, when people go to another country for medical treatment, happens frequently. In fact, there's a common myth that Canadians go to the United States all the time for treatments. Even your own article says that that's a common myth, Dom. You should really read the article before you cite it as a source.
Damn.
And by the way, guys, this is an example of why just using AI is bad, because what AI will do is it will pick out the 42% but it won't tell you the context around the 42%. And this is the trap that Dom has fallen into, is the AI trap.
All right. Well, long story short, I think it's crazy that anybody would have voted for. You know what? You could vote for the guy 10 times. They didn't even check IDs. That's the fucked up part.
You could vote for who 10 times?
Zoran Mindani.
Really cool. I lived in New York City for a number of years. Please tell me the process to vote in New York City.
You just walk up in there and you vote.
Really? Okay, cool. So you think that that's how you do it?
I literally, you can look at my repost. It's all about.
Except for the fact that what you just said is completely fucking wrong. Because what you have to do, number one, is you have to register. So you have to register. That's number one. Number two, you have to then show proof of residency. So when you register, you have to show identification that would match your name to whatever it is. You have to show like a bill. You have to show your lease. You have to show your utility bill. You have to show your mortgage, whatever it may be. So then you have to do that. So now they have your photo, your name, your address matched up. And oh, by the way, what else is on your ID or your driver's license? What is it?
Most people do a mailing.
It's your signature. It's your signature, by the way. Oh, and by the way, also, even if you don't have either of those things, you still have to sign your voter application. They keep your signature on file. Then, when you go to vote in your precinct, you can only go to your precinct. If your name isn't on the roll, there's no way that they will even let you in. Then you have to verify your address. Then they have to match up your signature. And if none of those things match up, your vote is fucking canceled. So tell me, Dommy boy, how it is that you could possibly commit voter fraud?
It's very easy. Even Trump wants to make it where Trump's talking about it even.
Really?
And why did Biden win? That's the reason Biden won in 2020, because there was voter fraud. It's easy to have voter fraud.
I'll tell you what. You know what? Do you believe in the the Heritage Foundation, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know now, are they liberal?
No.
What's that?
No, they're not.
They're not. So
no.
So you would say that they're very conservative, right?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. So this is and this is going to shock you, because I mean I want to, because I actually want to use the Heritage Foundation as a source. Would you like that?
All right, let's see.
Cool. Here we go. Oh boy. There we go. Let me pull up this. I'm going to pull up the database. I want to show you every single case of voter fraud in America. It's going to take a little while, okay? So it's going to take a minute, but all right. Here we go. Are you ready?
All right.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to give you this. There we go. United States Convention. There we go. Hold on, please. Here we go. There we go. There's that. Okay. Okay. So this is, I'll put it up on the screen for you. Took me a second to pull it up, but I will show you. This is heritage.org. This is the Heritage Foundation. Do you understand?
Yeah.
This is the election fraud map. You can search for every single case of voter fraud that has ever existed. I pulled up from 1982, the year before I was born, to now. Every single case where there was a criminal conviction for voter fraud. Do you know how many there were, Dom? In 43 years?
How many?
145.
It's a lot.
Really, that's a lot?
Yes.
You think so? Cool.
Yes.
Let's see. Just out of curiosity, how many people voted in America between the years of 1982 and 2025? Well, I guess we could just go through and we could add them all up by year. I mean, we could do that real quick, right? Totals. Should we do that? We can do a little quick math here. Would everyone like that? Because I mean, well, I think this will be fun for everybody, right? Sure.
That's less than 3 a year. Just if people voted yearly, that would be less than 3 a year. Just okay. so that we're kind of, well, about 3 a year, let's say.
Yeah. So I'm just and by the way, just eyeballing these numbers here, because this table right here, here's 1984, starting here going down. This is over 1 billion people, Dom, and this is just for presidential elections. That number I showed you is for every election ever in the United States. That's between 1982. That is between, what's that?
I said, you see all that voter fraud in 2020.
That's how many people voted.
That's how many people
Dom.
Voted.
That's how many people voted total. Dom,
holy shit, dude.
I don't like to say this to anybody, but you are just intellectually not equipped for this conversation. Matt made it very clear this is the total number of people who voted, not the amount of fraud. Right, I'm just going to do my teacher voice again when I'm working with somebody who needs a little extra help. Okay, so the previous chart that had 145 people on it, that was the voter fraud. This chart that we just looked at, that was the total number of people who voted. Those things are not the same. Okay? Not the same. And I think I'm right when I say, Matt, that everybody that was convicted of voter fraud in the 2020 election, I believe they were all Republicans.
They were all Republicans. Every single one was a Republican.
All right, so why does it, you know,
Would it
and
help
here's a
if,
source.
would it help if Kermie said it to you? Oh, hey, Dom. All of the voter fraud that happened in 2020, they were all Republicans. Ha!
No, they weren't.
Oh, yeah, they were. Cool. Then
All
why
right,
don't
you
you show
can't
us one
prove it.
case of... Cool. Then show us one case of voter fraud in 2020 that was committed by a Democrat.
All right, so why don't you go under...
No. You just made a claim.
Wow.
Why don't you show us a case of voter fraud that was actually
Yeah, I'm giving
convicted?
you a source.
Okay. What's the source?
So WRAL.com. Fact check, Trump says 82% of Americans think 2020 election was rigged. Former President Donald Trump told his North Carolinian supporters during a campaigning stop that he's not the only one who believes the 2020 presidential election was rigged against him.
Yeah.
82% of the country understands that it was a rigged election, Trump said March 2nd during a rally.
Hey, bro, do you know what that fact check is? It's a fact check that Donald Trump said that. It's not a fact check that that's actually a thing. Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude, where did you get your high school degree from? Because I think you need a refund.
Got it up in Fort Collins.
I think you need a refund. Go ask for your money back. Because that fact check it's checking that Donald Trump said that. It's not checking the fact that's a thing. It's just that he said it.
All right, I'll get you another one.
That's not what it said.
I love, by the way.
Okay, here's another one.
I'm sorry, Dom. I'm actually speaking right now. I don't know if you have ears, but if you do, please use them. I love that somebody in the comments just said, Erica's job here is to put people to sleep. No, my love, I'm using my very quiet voice because Dom needs some gentle parenting. Okay?
Trying to find it.
Hey, Dom, out of curiosity, why is it that Donald Trump lost every single lawsuit that he filed regarding election interference in the 2020 election? A number of which, out of I think it was 66 or 67 lawsuits that he filed regarding election interference, not only did he lose every single one of them, but 17 or 18
Probably
of
'cause
them.
the House was Democratic.
But 17 or 18 of them were literally Trump-appointed judges, not just Republican judges. There were more that were Republican judges, but those specific ones were. What's that?
I said he beat Eugene Carroll's case.
No.
What?
Dom,
No,
Yes, he did.
Dom, can I?
So he
explain?
does
I'm just going to
win.
use my very gentle. I'm just going to use my very gentle voice. Dom, we're currently talking about election fraud cases. Secondly, her name is E. Jean Carroll, not Eugene Carroll. Thirdly, he did not beat her case. He owes her a shit ton of money because he was found to be liable in court for defamation, and for SA. Thank you.
Okay, so why did he try to give a sample then, a DNA sample, and the court said,
I'm
we
sorry.
don't
I'm
want it?
sorry. Why are you you were asked a question about judges. By the way, I don't know if Amber wants. We have somebody who knows an awful lot about this in the comments, but we're not going to pivot to that quite yet. Why we're talking about election fraud cases, Dom. So the question is, out of 62 election fraud cases that were brought in the immediate aftermath to do with, I'm still talking, don't unmute, to do with the 2020 election and Trump's claim that there was election fraud. Can you please tell us why he only partially won one of those cases?
He's won several actually. So he won the NBC one. That one.
I asked in the of the 62 in the immediate aftermath of the election that were to do with election fraud, specifically, why did he only partially win one?
Well, it's biased.
Okay,
So he's
so
not.
what you're telling us, Dom, is that judges who were appointed by Republicans, many of whom were appointed by Trump himself.
You prove that?
Yes, we know who the judges were appointed by, Dom. Yes.
And who were they?
What, you want us to name 62 separate judges?
Why don't you name 10? And I'll fact check you.
I don't know their names.
Oh, of course you don't. Of course you won. Because you're full of shit. Of course you won name. Of course you couldn't name.
Dom, you thought that the E. Jean Carroll defamation case, which happened in 2021, was an election fraud case. Please don't call me dumb. And by the way, not only did Dom think that case was to do with well, I don't know what he thought it was to do with. He didn't know the name of the plaintiff in the case. So oh, by the way, Dom, quick question for you. Unmute. What was the name of the judge in the E. Jean Carroll case, Dom?
It's probably that one. I don't know. He died. I don't know. He was like 80 something.
Oh, so what you're telling us, Dom, is you're talking shit because you don't know the name of the judge?
Of course I'm not going to know the name of him.
Oh, but you expect me to know the names of 62 judges in the election fraud cases?
You should be able to at least name 10.
You can't
I
name
didn't
one.
say name.
You can't name one, Dom.
Okay, but
You can't name
it seems
one
like
in
you
the
know more
one
than
case.
me.
In the one case that you brought up, you couldn't name the judge in that case. But I'm dumb because I'm talking about, like, this is crazy.
Dumb. But
she can't even name 10, and it's like she seems like she knows a little bit about it. I'm giving her that.
She can't name what?
She can't even name one. You know what? I said 10, and then I said, I'll lower it to 1 because obviously that was way too high. 10, I couldn't imagine naming 10. What?
What? 10?
So
what,
I
dude,
figured,
what are you talking
I gotta talk
about?
to her like we're in high school.
What are you talking about, dude? I don't understand what you're asking. What even are you asking?
She can't name one judge.
What are you
one
talking
judge
about?
She said you can't name one judge. What was the judge? She said there was 64 something. 64, 65.
No. You can't even remember a number I said 2 seconds ago. You can't remember that it was I said 62, like, I don't know, 20 seconds ago, and you're expecting me to remember the names of judges in cases that occurred in 2020? You can't remember what I said 2 seconds ago.
I can. I can remember 3.
All right. So why don't you name them?
Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett.
Brett Kavanaugh?
Yeah, 3 Supreme Court justices, because they declined to hear the challenges that he wanted on the Supreme Court to overturn the election results. They voted against him.
Okay,
so yeah,
Brett
3
Kavanaugh
Trump,
is corrupt.
3 Trump. So the Donald Trump appointee, he's corrupt, and so is Amy Coney Barrett, and so is Neil Gorsuch. So all of Donald Trump's appointees are corrupt. That's your answer, huh?
Yes, Brett Kavanaugh is very corrupt.
How about the other 2?
The other 2 I don't know much about.
Well, cool. So I guess you just are wrong. You can just say now I'm wrong.
So Donald Trump's appointing corrupt judges to the Supreme Court. Why would he do that?
Wow, he must be corrupt himself, Erica.
Sounds like it.
So wait a second. So it's one or the other. Is Donald Trump corrupt and appointing corrupt people to the Supreme Court? Or did he appoint good people to the Supreme Court and they legally ruled against him?
Well, Brett Kavanaugh's an essay offender.
Which is it? I asked you. Are they corrupt people that he appointed, thereby making him a corrupt president? Or are they good judges that he appointed who legally ruled against him? Which is it?
Sounds like it's a little corrupt.
Cool. So Donald Trump is a corrupt president.
Well, Tom,
Not necessarily.
Tom, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, and you know what? I didn't have to show any proof of ID.
So you
Why is
voted-
that?
So you vote. What state do you live in, Dom? You told us before
Denver.
you live in Florida.
And then I moved.
Florida's a republic.
Then I moved.
But that means if you spoke to us and you lived in Florida and you have since moved, that would have meant that you voted in Florida because you talked to us, presumably, like you were living there when you voted and you didn't vote after the first time you talked to us.
So in November of 2024, I was in Denver.
What does that have to do with where?
So I voted in Denver.
And you didn't have to register to vote and prove that you lived anywhere.
I didn't even have to show. No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. My brother lives in Denver, and it's a lie.
All right. So do you know where University and Evans is?
Yes, my brother lives on. Well, I don't want to say where my brother lives. So.
All right. Well, Denver's very corrupt. If your brother lived in Denver, I'm sure if he saw the corruption.
He lives in Denver right now, and Denver's not corrupt.
It is. I'm sure if he lives here, he's probably seen the stuff on Zoo 9 and Spear. I'm sure he told you about
what street?
Zoo 9 and Spear.
What street?
Zoo 9 and Spear. Zoo 9 and Spear.
Zonai? Zonai?
Yes.
Zonai?
Maybe that's how you say it.
You sure you live there?
Zone 9. I don't live there, thank God.
What neighborhood? Wait a second. You voted there. So where did you live? What neighborhood of Denver did you live in?
There.
What neighborhood did you
I got
live in?
family.
What neighborhood? Well, you lived there. How did you vote there? What neighborhood did you live in?
Colorado Boulevard and University.
What neighborhood is that?
I don't know. It's by Washington Park. You probably don't even know where that is.
It's by Washington
You're looking
Park
it up right now.
What's that?
Go ahead and look it up.
No, I'm asking
Look it up.
I'm asking what neighborhood it is because I know the neighborhoods in Denver.
Yes, it's a Denver neighborhood. I've never heard anybody say, "What's your neighborhood?" I've heard them say, "What's your city?" When I put on a job application, it doesn't say what's your neighborhood.
Yeah, no.
It says what city you're in.
Yeah, Sure.
Yes, it does.
Okay, bud.
No, nobody says what's your neighborhood.
So you voted in Denver.
I did. Even though you probably think I'm lying, I could name you so many places in Denver right now.
Cool. I don't live in
Castle
Denver.
Pine.
I don't live in Denver, and I could name you so many places in Denver too.
All right. Well, you should know Denver's very corrupt.
No,
It used to be a
it's not.
Republican.
No, it's not corrupt. There's literally
is
no
now.
There's literally no evidence showing that Denver is corrupt in any way, dude. Like,
So why is
you're full of
Denver
shit.
General $2 billion in debt? Denver General's $2 billion in debt. Scratch your head on that one. It was in what was it, 2023, 2022? Weird, right? This is real head scratcher right there. I wonder what was happening. Almost like we had some illegal aliens crossing the border.
What's that?
So it's a sanctuary city. So we were paying the taxpayers. We're paying. I saw them off of it's Zoo 9 and Spirit, but whatever you want to say it is.
Zone 9?
They were living off of Zone 9, whatever the fuck. Zone 9 and Spirit.
Why
I
do
saw
you
them
keep
on
saying Zone
dirt
9?
bikes.
Why do you keep saying Zone 9? It's Zone 9. There's
Breaking-
no ein. There's just with ZONAI. That's how you say it.
All right. Well, I personally saw them going in and out of hotels, and if they have no money and they're seeking asylum, right? Section 1, Title 8. So they're seeking asylum, right? All of a sudden, they have money to get a whole ass fucking place. All of them do. Why is that? How is that? It's not possible. And I saw them eating.
What are you, dude? What are you fucking talking about?
I'm talking about how we were funding the illegal aliens.
No one is doing
in
that.
Denver. Yes,
No
we
one
were,
is doing that.
and that's why Denver General's $2 billion in debt now because they
literally
all
not why.
got free. They all went to the
That's
doctors.
Literally not why.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No.
By the way, people in the comments who are from Denver are saying that you say it Zuni, not Zonai.
Well, they're
All right. Well, Matt's saying something different. I say something different. We're all going to say something different.
Well, no. Hold on. There is
I hope
actually some
the people in
debate. Shut the
Denver-
fuck up, Dom. There's actually some debate with, because I know somebody who's older from Denver who says it the one way and the other way. I'll tell you what nobody ever says: Zone 9. Zone 9. No one ever fucking says Zone 9. Now, there might be some debate about Zuni or Zonai, but no one says Zone 9. Like how you're saying it, Dom. That I fucking know. Just FYI.
Okay.
I thought he was saying Zone 9.
That's what I mean. No one says it like that. Zuni. And then I have a friend who grew up in Denver but is older than me, and he says that they've switched the pronunciation. He has always said it to me the other way. And so that's why I've said it the other way for you guys in the comments. Dom is still saying it entirely wrong. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Even 6 in Federal, just a nightmare down there. I mean, there was so many of them. And you know
so
what?
many of them what?
They were all fucking riding dirt bikes. They were down by 9 Mile, Parker, and 220. You know where Park? So they were all down by Parker and 225.
Dom, how
They
do
were
you
they
know-
were in
Dom,
Aurora
Dom,
in the ghetto.
Dom, can you tell me?
I didn't see them in Cherry Hills.
Can you tell me, Dom, what was it that made you think that those people were illegal migrants of some kind?
I personally spoke to them.
Did you check their IDs?
I personally spoke to a few of them.
You did.
I did.
I don't know why.
You know what? I gave one of them a granola bar and a Bible verse. And I said, "What's your story?"
I'm sure the Bible verse was incredibly helpful.
And I said, "What's your story?" "Ah, man, I come out from Mexico."
What, Dom? Don't do that.
All right. Well, they came down from Mexico. Or I guess up, not down. They came up to the United States from Mexico.
I can't even cope. He doesn't know directions.
No, hey Dom. Just out of curiosity, where is Denver Children's Hospital?
Where's what?
Well, since you know Denver, where's Denver Children's Hospital?
They have one in Highlands Ranch. They have one in Highlands Ranch. They have them all over. They have them all over.
No, there's just one Denver
There's one in
Children's
Highlands
Hospital.
Ranch.
No, there's just one Denver Children's Hospital. Where is it?
There's multiple, actually. I encourage you to look it up. There's multiple. There's
No,
there's
not.
one in Denver.
There's just one.
One in.
Nope, there's just one.
No, there isn't.
Yep, there's
No,
just
there
one.
isn't.
You sure about that?
I'm sure there's more than one. There's several.
No, there's not.
I personally went to Children's Hospital when I was a kid.
Cool. And it's in Denver?
There's one in Denver. There's one off at E470, right off the exit there on what is that? I don't know. You jump on Parker and 225.
No, bud. It's in Aurora.
Yes, they have one in Aurora too, next to the UC
there
Health.
is no
Yes,
one.
yes,
there
there
isn't Denver Children's
there's a
Hospital
UC
in
Health
Denver,
campus.
bud.
There's
I
a
just
UC
looked.
Health campus
No,
as
I
well.
just looked. By the
UC
way,
Health.
now you're lying.
Okay, there's multiple.
And by the way,
No, I'm not.
by the way, Dom, I looked up your story about Denver, about the city, and why costs have been rising. Do you know why? It's because Denver's budget has had a
Because
huge
we have,
growth. And I'm talking now. You shut up. Denver's budget has had a huge growth in personnel and contract costs. And it's because they've had to hire more people to accommodate the demand for services because the city's population has grown. And the growth of the city's population has nothing to do, and nothing to do at all, with undocumented people. It's just because the
It's 'cause
city
we have-
has experienced explosive growth because a lot of people have moved to Colorado. A lot of people have moved to Colorado. And they also received a bunch of grant dollars during C-19. And then a lot of the grant dollars dried up, and the city decided to try and continue a bunch of projects. And unfortunately, they didn't get enough in tax revenue, and they didn't have enough to continue a lot of those projects. So now they're going to have to cut some of those projects.
Okay, and it's because we have Governor
And
Mike
by the way,
Polis.
and so, that's the reason why the city is facing a budget crisis. Got it?
And because we have Governor Mike Polis.
So that's the reason why the city is facing Bud. Hey, Bud. Listen, I know you don't understand these things and you just want to say shit because you think that it helps fit your narrative, but you should probably try to understand the things that you're going to come up here and argue for, okay?
All right, well, it's Mike Polis.
I don't give a fuck. That's not the case. We're talking about Denver. And it was the Johnston Johnston administration that we're talking about.
All right, well, I encourage you to move to a heavily Democrat place. I encourage you to move to New York.
I'm sorry, did you just say that you encourage me to move to a heavily Democrat place?
I do.
Hey, moron. There were 2 states in the entire country that voted all of its counties for one person. There's one state that voted all counties for Donald Trump and one state that voted all counties for Kamala Harris. That's it. Out of all 50 states. The state that voted all of its counties for Donald Trump was Oklahoma, and I don't live in Oklahoma. Do you know the state that voted all of its counties, every single county went for Kamala Harris?
It's because they redrew the county lines.
The only one in the entire United States. Do you know the state? Do you want to say it?
Do you want California?
Massachusetts. Right where I live. I literally live in probably the most Democratic state in the entire fucking country. You fucking
New York.
Twat.
New York or Los
I
Angeles.
literally live in the most Democratic state in the entire fucking country. Our state is so blue that they wanted to see if they could redistrict here to come up with one GOP seat. One. To see if they could do one seat. Okay? They ran 5,000 AI-generated computer models. Out of 5,000 AI-generated computer models, They found 3 out of 5,000. They found 3 potential districts where there would maybe be the outcome that a Republican would be elected in Massachusetts, and it's still not even a guarantee. Out of 5,000. So when you talk about you should move to, I literally live in the state that is number 1 for education.
So how much do you get
Number
taxed
1,
on your
I
income?
literally live in this, shut the fuck up. I literally live in the state that is number 1 for education, number 1 for healthcare, and number 1 for quality of life. I pay a little bit more in taxes than the people in Florida do. Yeah. But you know what? Everything else is better because it doesn't cost as much on the whole. Florida's 50th for inflation right now, and we're not.
Can I point out 2 things?
You know what Prop 50 is? So the reason
Dom,
is because they
I'm
reach.
talking, Dom. The first thing that I would like to point out is that I literally told Dom earlier in this conversation that Matt was from Boston, Massachusetts. Because if everyone remembers, we had the whole Boston, Massachusetts, not Austin, Texas joke. Secondly, Mike Poe, whatever you said, not the governor of Colorado. His name is Jared. His first name is Jared. Not so you didn't even get the governor of Colorado, who you were so emphatically blaming. Is it Polis? Jared Polis. You got that wrong. It's not Mike anybody. It's Jared.
Back to Matt thing. Study Boston has the largest
Hang on one sec.
US.
Shh, quiet.
Why is
Shut
that?
the fuck up, Tom. Hey, to my friend in the chat who said I'm planning on moving to Boston, but the problem is that I'm brown. I understand that Boston years ago had a bad reputation, but I'm going to tell you right now, Boston isn't even a majority, is not a majority white anymore. It's an incredibly diverse population here now. It is no longer majority white. There are a lot of incredibly amazing communities here, and please feel welcome here. This is a very diverse place. I think you'd be really surprised. So please don't ever feel that way. Okay. I mean that very, very sincerely. I understand that years ago Boston had a bad reputation because of the Irish and the Italians here, and it's not all that way anymore. We've got communities like Roxbury and JP, and Dorchester is not that way anymore. Like really, I genuinely mean that. So I'm just saying. Okay.
I just again want to point out that Dom expected me to know the name of a judge in one of the cases against Donald Trump after the election. Dom, on the other hand, misquoted the name of a governor of a state and did not remember that Matt was from Boston, Massachusetts, which we had established in this very same conversation. I don't even know how. The only way that I can describe Dom's continued appearance in this space is audacity. That's the only word I have for it. It's audacity.
So anyways, Dom, please tell me more about how I should move to a more democratic place.
Well, Boston's pretty unsafe, actually. So if you go on a neighborhood scout, the number of crimes, violence, 4,000, property.
Wait a second. Time out. Before you say anything else, where does Boston rank in terms of crime among large American cities?
It says safer than 12% of the U.S. cities.
Where does it rank in terms of major cities? Where does it rank? I'm asking you.
Let me look it up.
Matt, is Dom, I seem to remember him being 19 years old. Am I right?
What's that? Yeah, he's 19. Out of the 50, I can just help Dom out. Out of the 50 largest cities in America, Boston is the 15th safest city. It's nowhere near the top of the list. So you have to get all the way down to 35 before you'd even see Boston. And that's major cities. That doesn't even include like the smaller city, like it wouldn't include a bunch of these other cities that are way worse for crime that don't rank in terms of like population. We're talking about actual major cities. So, yeah. Dude, this is literally one of the safest places you could live.
No, it isn't. So out of a violence crime rate, approximately out of 6.23 per 1,000 residents, 623 per 100,000.
So 6.23.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it
which is
6.23 or is it 623?
Yeah.
And then the property crime rate is 20.47.
Did you not hear my question, Dom?
What was it?
So did you say 6.23? Because you said 6.23 and then you said 623. Is there or is there not a decimal point in that number?
Well, 6.23 per 1,000 residents / 623 per 100,000.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's really very low. And also, violence in Boston as of last year, in terms of all metrics, reached historic lows last year. Like, you didn't know that? Dude, you really don't know what the fuck you're talking. Like, why do you even try? Like, and when I say historic lows, I mean since my parents were born.
I don't know. Isn't Boston pretty democratic? You said it was, yeah.
Yeah, it is, and that's why we have almost we have some of the, well, not some of, we have the lowest. Oh no, shit. Actually, I take that back. It's either us or Vermont. I always forget. I wish RJ was here. RJ would probably remind me. But it's either us or Vermont who's the lowest in pew violence. Okay, Dom. So there's that. Okay, and then in terms of major city crime rates, like, we are so low that in terms of the other major cities, no one can touch us. That violent crime rate is insane. There are cities in the South that are triple that I would never go to, that are way scarier, that I think you might have dug yourself deep here. I think maybe you should just exit this train of thought. But
Can I just ask a question? Did Dom just say, isn't Boston pretty democratic? Okay. Dom, I feel like Matthew here has been telling you for a long time that the place he lives is very democratic.
Okay, but why do they have such a high drug problem? Yes, Boston has a significant drug problem.
I'm sorry. I'm still talking. I don't like. I'm just going to ask you a question, Dom, and I want you to really, because I'm picturing you, and I don't know if people in the comments are picturing you right now. I'm picturing Dom sitting on the edge of his like single bed, just like with, I don't know, like some kind of cartoon character like throw on it or something, just bouncing up and down as he gets kind of frustrated and thinks that he has any kind of point whatsoever. That's what's in my head. Dom, I just have one question for you. Can you explain why you're such a crash out at every single point?
I'm not.
Okay, let's do a little. Okay,
Proved him wrong a few times.
let's see what. No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No, what did you prove us wrong on?
that Boston isn't that safe. It's you know what the
No,
safest place is? It's
you did not.
Oklahoma, by the way.
You did.
Oklahoma is the
And
safest in the United
okay,
States.
Oklahoma
okay,
is
cool.
not the safest in the United
Yes, it
States. It's
is.
literally the
And-
opposite of that, you moron. Tulsa, Oklahoma has one of the highest murder rates in the entire country, you fucking twat. You are so dumb. How would you, of all the states you could have picked, Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma is literally one of the most dangerous cities in the country.
It's
It
actually
literally.
pretty safe.
Literally. You are so dumb.
No, I'm not. Why do you think Oklahoma has not low income?
They do.
They do, but it's not horrible because everything's really cheap there. But they have a low crime rate. They don't have a drug problem. No voter fraud, by the way. No voter fraud.
Dom, stop.
It's a very red.
Dom, stop. Okay? Everyone in the comments is now laughing at you. All of them are laughing at you. I don't know whether you read the chart the wrong way up. That's what I'm assuming. Like you read the worst place as the best place, which wouldn't surprise me, being as you mistook the chart about voter fraud for the chart about the total number of people who voted. I'm not sure that we can trust you with charts in any way, shape, or form. But the fact is, Oklahoma should have a lower crime rate than Boston because it has no places that are as densely populated as Boston. And we know that it should be the case that the most densely populated places are the ones that have the most crime because people are living right on top of each other. I don't know. I can't be gentler than I'm being.
All right. So I encourage you to look up. Oklahoma has crime rates that are.
Here, bud. Let me help you out. Here you go. Here's violent crime. Here's Tulsa. Here's Boston. Tulsa is just about 9 per 100,000. Boston's 6.6. Here's
What about
property
Burns
crime
Flat?
rate. Here's property crime rate, which is more than double in Tulsa. Tulsa's crime rates have been identified as some of the highest in the nation for both violent and property crimes. The city's overall crime rate is significantly higher than the national average. Woo! Boston posts lower crime numbers than most large U.S. cities, with city's official in 2024 stating the city has never been safer. The city's violent crime rate is lower than the national average. In 2024, Boston recorded its lowest H-side count since 1957. Get the fuck out of here.
Trying to find it.
By the way, just so that everybody knows, when we're looking at statistics and you compare a city with an entire state, no matter what the city, you are likely to find that that individual city has a higher crime rate than an entire state. Because lots of parts of a state are what we like to call rural. Rural means nobody really lives there apart from cows. And cows don't tend to commit a whole ton of crime. Okay?
So why do they have a schmug problem?
I can tell you why.
Name me a city that doesn't have a schmug problem.
No.
In fact,
Actually,
Oh,
Erica,
go
I
on,
can
no.
explain this because I know. You know what? He's right. We do have a slightly higher issue, and it's because of opiates. and there's actually a really specific reason for it. Well, there's two reasons. One is, and this is a smaller reason, Massachusetts is more affluent, and more people here, sadly, have gotten addicted to opiates. It's true. This has been a bigger problem here because Massachusetts is a more affluent place, and that's a thing. That's number one. But the bigger issue, the real issue, is that two of our cities, Lawrence and Lowell, have become hubs for the CTELs in the Northeast. And because they've used those cities as hubs to traffic substances throughout all of the Northeast, Massachusetts gets more of it because of that. Also, Massachusetts is the most densely populated New England state as well, so more of the product ends up in Massachusetts. So for all of those reasons, yeah, we do have more of it here, and it's more of a problem. It's very simple to explain. It's not because there's like more criminals here, because every other statistic we've showed you proves that that's not the case. It's just a matter of circumstance, which is if you actually look at the numbers and you understand, then it's a very simple explanation. And he got violated. God damn it.
Well, he didn't get. Well, maybe he did get violated. I don't know.
He didn't run. He got a violation.
I want to ask you a question quickly, Matt.
Yeah.
Can you tell me the reason that the United States had an opioid epidemic and my country didn't?
Yep, and it was the thing we were talking about. What we were talking about the other day.
It's because of universal. It's because of universal healthcare. Because here, you cannot induce a doctor to prescribe particular things because they're all done on the NHS. You don't get paid additional money. They can't take you on like a vacation. They can't give you a car if you prescribe their product.
Right. Well, so yeah, there's that. And so because of all those rules, they don't overprescribe. And I was talking to Erica about how when I had my appendix out 21 years ago, this is before they did it laparoscopically, and they did an incision down here just right across, and the surgeon was telling me, he's like, yep, he's like, that's pretty much that's the closest thing that you'll have to a C-section, because they went right in through my abs in emergency appendectomy because it was about to blow. And that was like 2 weeks of like laying on the couch and trying to, ladies, you guys know, right?
And I told Matt that the medication that caused the O crisis, my dad has just been prescribed as part of his end-of-life care. And that is the only time. So we have it in the house right now. We have it hidden and we're not mentioning it to anybody because we don't want someone to break into the house, try and steal it. But that is the only time it will be prescribed if it's for end-of-life care.
Exactly. And I was telling Erica when she mentioned this to me about my appendectomy, and then how I got like a whole bottle of the V with the codeine at the end, okay? And I mean, like, it was probably like 25 pills. And I didn't need that. I took a couple the first couple of days, and then luckily, I was like 21 at the time. I remember my dad, after the first couple of days and took enough and kind of like did it, he took that bottle and got rid of it, and I'm glad that he did. And I'm not saying that I necessarily would have had an issue with it. Luckily, that doesn't seem to be my personality, but still, I could easily see how someone could. It's so easy, and it's so much. It's so much, and there's no reason to give me that much. It's just not. And so it's a real issue. It's a real problem.
Here they will. I told Matt this as well. For most things, they'll say take paracetamol, which is acetaminophen or Tylenol. They will just say take. They might immediately post-op, if you've had a very invasive surgery, give you something stronger than that. But even if I go into a store here, unless I buy it over the counter, I can't get more than 16 Tylenol in one go, in one store.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you're talking. Same thing in most of Europe. Italy, France. It's pretty much the same thing. And you know what? Fine. So anyway, our friend Crystal is here. Hi, Crystal. How are you, friend?
Hi, friend.
What's up?
Okay, just a quick vibe switch, and I'll be in and out because. Oh, listen, Dom. I know you got violated, sweetheart. I hope you're still listening because I want you to know something. Okay, see what you're going to be affectionately referred to now on these TikTok streets is something I like to call a fluffer. You see, because we can't get MAGA people to have civil conversations. So we use you. You're the fluffer that keeps the lives going, right? What you don't understand, Dom, is the entire chat, almost 800 people in here for the last hour. Yes, we've been screaming at our phones, but we have been all laughing hysterically. I had to change my pants once because I peed a little bit. So, Dom, I just want you to know you are now the king fluffer of the TikTok streets. There is no one dumber. You have as much charisma as an unripened walnut. I had to get that out. I feel so much better. I've been edged for the last hour. Matt can verify I've been screaming at him in DMs to not let him go before I get
I was
that
trying
out.
to. I mean, we would have talked to
I
him
know
for a
you
few
were.
more
I know.
minutes,
No.
but-
I know you were. I know
all
you
right.
were, but I feel a million times better. I love you. Good night.
Good night. Bye, Crystal. Guys, I think we're gonna wrap things up. I appreciate you guys being here. You got me for an extra 6.5 hours. You got Erica. What a treat. What fun. Good times. We had a blast. Erica, did you have fun? I'll take that as a yes. I'm going to say, yeah, well, yes, Matt, I had a lot of fun. Thank you very much. This is definitely Erica speaking. Well, thank you, Erica. I had a great time too. I think we should go. Do a raid. I've got someone in mind. But real quick, drop your follows. Follow my main account and the backup account. Make sure you're following our friend Erica. Erica is private, but she'll accept you after the fact. Okay, she'll accept you after the fact. And then let's go to God of Logic. I see that Carbon is up over there. Carbon is up over on God of Logic, and so I think we should go over there and let's say hi, and let's do it. Let's run. So it's not Carbon here. I'm going to put God of Logic. It's actually it's God of Logic. Here you go. I popped it down in the chat. I'm sure Erica's fine. She's probably just handling something else. She's probably good, and I'm sure on behalf of Erica, thank you guys. Thank you guys, by the way, for all the support. Holy shit, we did over 400,000 likes. That's fucking awesome. If you haven't already, please, please, please do me a favor. Go subscribe over on the tube. Subscribe on the tube. Drop a like. Drop a comment when you're over there. Help out with the algo. I really appreciate it so much. Let's head over to God of Logic and to Carbon, and let's do a raid. Tell them that Erica and I sent you, and I really appreciate you guys hanging out for a little extra time. You guys are wonderful, beautiful people, And I'll see you back on Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Bye. And to my friends over on the tube, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for watching over here. We'll catch you guys later. See you on Monday. Bye, guys.